happened, actually. They thought they had sent the text, but the only time they shared it was, whoops.
Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start today's teachings with the opening prayers beginning on page 1 in the prayer book. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in a state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious, kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharmakaryans, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Sangye, Chungye, yapsu jewa. Namdes jo namlak yapsu jewa. Parabedin namlak yapsu jewa. Bo kandro chudyon some eto yishege chenan demba namlak yapsu jewa. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. Sangye namlak yapsu je, Enjudan chanchu sambaye, Solai deshin yapsu je, Enjudan gongye desheke, Chanchu tokne ke padang, Chanchu sembe la palai, Dedarim shin ne patar, Dejen drola pendonder, Chanchu semne ke geshen, Dejen done la palai, Rinpa sindu la palai. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Dage jin soy ki pe so nam ye, drola penje sanje dukwa sho. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Nam kardai nyampe semchen tamche dewadai dewe kyudai tempar kyurche Dukadam dukage gyudam jawar gyurche Dukya mepe dewadam midrawar gyurche Nirin chakra nidan rewe Tonyum la Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine assembly
of terrifying Maras,
together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcendent conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place. Benza samadza, benza samadza, malu semchen kunje Ponjurje, Dude Ponje Lidze Chonzela, Nona Malu Shijin Yenjurbe, Chongen Korje Nede Sheksu So, Hakan Pade Pushpe Dupe Aloke, Kande Nirike Shapta Prakitsa Soha. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I've gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Saje Boja Jujeng Metokam Harira Lingse Nede Gempade Azanje Shingla Meke Buaye Adroku Namda Shingnu Tubashu Chaksewadan Chuchin Shapadang Jesu Yedan Gushin Sovaye Agewa Chungse Dage Chisapa Atam Jesupe Changchu Chimu. Okay, and then to page 11. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the 3 realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the 5 wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind. Transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of 2-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth, you proclaim, I am supreme in this world. To you who were wise even then, I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment, to you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled, omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace, To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the three higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And then to page 9. Nansi Namdagye Lama Nansi Sheshen Soju Babu Kamsoi Mudra Sovada Droid Jinjilo Jidishan Orbit Ogijin Nasan Jome Javedo Yeshe Nadanten Seve Dagi Kadrijan Glova Kyopse Rinpoche Dakseni Kinange Sovade Chone Kinandu Jinjilo Sendone Kime Dagdati Lode Chokur Topai Jinjilo Dende Deshin Shepa Drachampa Yandar Sope Sanje Ripa Dan Shapsu Dempa Dewa Shepa Jiten Jempa Kebu Dewa Kalo Kirwa Lana Mepa Lada Bin Namki Tonpa Nyame Shakti Japo Shakti Guru Drima Mepa La Goratu Kute Gupe Jaksalo Gani Tsovo Kyotam Se Sachen Bila Gomba Donwone Nani Jeten Na Choche Son Tetse Kaipa Jila Jatsalo Nanda Kunai Chotu Tsozangwa Yeshi Gyatso Sergi Lombodra Adrapa Jiten Tsona Langnewa Gompo Chokde Kila Jatselo Sembro Gompa Jimeta Vesa Serdo Trawa Kila Jatselo Adudra Sudra Sipas Kantazi Kinden Jada Chaksalo Amecho Duwa Kaloi Kyodze Chen Kunjo Chinwa Chodze Deshin She Drabo Jutsu Kyodze Zilake Yenro Shopa de la Jatsalo Gompo Tokje Jedemba Tamche Genpa Tontabo Solai Sujin Gyatso Jin Deshen Jegla Jatsalo Nakpe Chodai Kebe Kebe Yagzak Kafuye Jigudonam Jogurba Zigur lo Adrone drove lamyanto Rapa dagla ratugo Eshinde dongba yondenshin Gender lanyan jaksalo. Okay, and then to page 15. I prostrate to the youthful Manjusri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appear during the 3 times. To all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmatatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible, praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas, with the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense. I make offerings to the victorious ones. With the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways, I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. And then to page 14. Duso Jepa Miye Shenge Guru Malu Deva Tanchela Aludan Aye Dame Chadiwo Zampo Chotai Gagyan Gopagi Yawa Kanjai Jogi Jogjoso Bundi Dunye Dura Tapayi Jawa Kulai Ratu Chansalo Duchi Tena Dunye Sangye Sangye Siki Ona Supada Tatai Chuji Yenai Malupa Atamje Yawa Taki Gangwa Mo Tatai Kaba Meze Yansona Yanje Yanai Janzo Takunje Yawa Kunje Yonte Rajoy Jing Dewa Shekpa Tanje Taketo Meto Sư liên nam đài chu ba tu cho đà ma mê chu đà tu pu tam pa ye gia wa de da la ne chu ba ye za za tam pa nam da je chu da je ma par me de ra nyam pa da go ba je ba ta be chu kun je gia wa de da la yan chu ba je chu ba ga na la me ja je ba de da gia wa tam je la yan mo zang bo chu le de da ge ge gia wa kun la chang se chu ba je do cha je da du ko wang de ne lu da 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 de se yi ji chang de wa da de je ba je ba de da tam je da de so so sha chu chu ja wa kun da sang je ce ran ja dam da lo da mi lo da ru wa kun ye so nam jang la yang de da kun ye je so da ye ra gang da chu chu je kan lo ma da Jean chu rin ma sang ye ma cha je Om bo de da da ge tam je la ko lo la na mi pa ko wa ko nyang gen la thon gan je de la da ga wa ku la pin chin de pe che ke wa shin de nu ni su pa yang da ge kem por ra ja su ba ye chak sa wa dan chu chin sha pa gang je su ye ran ku shin su wa ye ge wa shun se da ge chi sa pa tam je zo pe chang chu chi mo. Then to page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings. Senchen Namche Sampadam Loye Cheta Chetawa Chechoy Turmo Tepaye Choke Koro Korduzo.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
The Gola. So we can recite the opening prayer, the supplication from the text itself. We have the transliteration for that, and then in English. Namo Guru Gamshe Gurve Gyamso Jigso Rongshing Hagyo Kawale Ruwa Jibaya Jadu Rimboje Joba Nambar Dabe Genjin Jingage Judun Jamso Jimbo Ying Darze Mejeba Malam Jajin Yunring Walingi Rube Rupadu Jima Meba Lama Damba Namla Haja Sejin Gabsu Jinji Love to Soul. And then on the first page of the text in English, just up to where it says blessings with the exclamation point. Namo Ratna Guru, adorned with the pure conduct of the precious Kagyu, you help us to traverse the ocean of samsara, so terrifying and difficult to cross. Your stream of blessings is as inexhaustibly immense as the expanse of the great ocean, and your aspirations are vast, enduring, and spontaneously accomplished. Noble masters of the flawless practice lineage, I bow before you, be my refuge, and grant your blessings.
Tini kansam tini chi ndo yores tegana yeke ken muchi kita karse gore chi shipta tang tegana yita koji thonda go deeply ro tini je tini ngaso mutu chi yore tente karwa sambores.
So just reflecting first, with real gratitude for Kimpo Rinpoche, who started us off during these winter teachings with these really wonderful teachings on the precious garland of the Supreme Path. And he really gave us a lot to think about, explained a lot of details, and really went deeply into the meaning. So really, we're so fortunate.
Teganayi다 가상 캔을 붙인 그 mentioned 카르세나다 단다 지다 카르세가 법에게 라마세야디 다 단다 지 디스 만다와 유지레 삼고도 티인도 좀생 카레스 라비나 코로나 당보네 다 코라 카르세고레 지글로 동타 그고 코처 주되와 텐디제게 다 나나 제요르와 Temandawa Karioris Lavina, Benacha Shavina, Chik Pechik Tone, Detam the Reese, La Magovi, Koran, tradition of Chikitini, Konam between Mambo, Chide Yorwa.
Kimpo Rinpoche Lavina.
Madame Pobe, Lamaina, is Mandawa increase.
Chitam.
Chitanwa.
Oh, okay.
Jim San Karisena. 아직 포베야 남바데라 볼로동타 그거 코처 요르바 티디 틸라 가르세나지 근데 포베메지 이렇게 키스 배찰로 좀 지메비 나로와 그런 한마고 배차 컨디션 이게 하나 이게 핵이 미비 이나야 그 가르세나 룽바 코랑 코처 코랑 남베 코처 컨디 치고와 레준데 쳔데지 즉 몰라 그게 제야 텐데지 그 유바로와 딜리지 인바당 디토네 다 가서 갈색 하나 강성케 로종치 냠내치 되어다 디서 만다와 이제 som거도스
And so also he said, he really appreciated what Khenpo Rinpoche was sort of saying about, how meaningful it is to have teachers who actually come from Tibet. And this is really different, because, the Dharma has been established there for, over 1,000 years. And even, there's something, it's just infused in the way of life, in the culture, in such a way that even somebody who hasn't studied the Dharma, who is not necessarily like a really learned Dharma practitioner or teacher, still they have this understanding that comes through the culture itself. And also in that there's this understanding of, like respect and reverence, and this is really kind of unique and really precious.
제가 나이 이렇게 땅에 단다디 빼놓 차샤 비나스라와 고랑이게 고직 다든 짐바디 디스 총에요레스 카리슬라위나 지금 가서다 지 잘란도지 유위나라와 가서 잘라디 잘라이나 빼나 사야노 for example 다 사야데 단단 가서 아메리칸 나라다 사야 메오레 이나야다 녜마 다 사야 유비갑다 메비가 뭐 키요로 in the Tibet 티 인도티네 지 티스지 유비나티네 랑 현지와티네 고 밀레테야지 사무당요레스
So, and he thinks that actually Tibetans kind of have less self-grasping overall than we do here in America. Because if you take certain, like it's just kind of in this understanding of like really being considerate of other people. So like for instance, food, and in America we don't really have any problem getting food. But in Tibet there have been periods, where there is accessibility to food and periods where there is not so much accessibility to there would like famines where food is more difficult to come by, and especially like in those so there's kind of first of all like a respect around food, and then also there's always this consideration of somebody else getting what they need to eat before oneself. So it's always kind of like the best portion or the best of anything is offered first to someone else rather than taken for oneself.
어디 인도 어디가 나이 탄다라 임바 되니 다 뒤에 스타가서 뒤에 그 코차티 유비 토라 당가서 탄다 나랑도 캠본도 다 간다 보비케 라마조라 고 로종치 바자 마지비케 고 뒤에 냠레치 되어 드니지 차디오레스.
And so, first of all, there's, this, it's just so wonderful to have, another teacher who is really from that culture, who comes from that culture, who comes directly from Tibet. In addition to that, has a really extensive training in both practice and study.
레이 팀도 이나 양당 가서 뒤인도 양고 파기 포바랑한테 야고 장장리서 라구메 텐데다 양은 너 줘봐도서 야보 야효트 가르잖아지 동남요와 뒤도네 그 줌센 때니 지 줌센들 로종치네 되네 지 주치나요 로종치야 understanding 때 뭐네 그 건너 줘발라 스펙에 차디요레 스틴디 어서데 주님네 지야라 고 가 체당인 바다 당보지 로종 지야 로종 지네 양고 지 토바 텐디지 요레 텐데 makes sense.
But he said, this isn't to say that, like, Tibetans are better, just across the board, than Westerners, because there are strengths that, both cultures have. For instance, one thing he sees in the West that he really admires is this really genuine interest and desire to learn, desire to understand, and desire to really understand the meaning, to not just kind of take things at face value, but to really examine, to investigate, and to understand. And there's, most people start with a kind of pretty good level of education. And so there is curiosity, and there's also an ability to critically think and reflect in such a way that there's real understanding that arises. And so he really admires, for the most part among Dharma practitioners in the West, the real genuine interest and effort in study that he sees.
텐디당 가서 가서 당가 차진다고 다 교원직된 숨공 가깝다고 이제 그가나 이렇게 자가 가깝라 가리어스나 지 토바 당 공반인들라 근데 야마데와 텐데라고 지 용구여서와 텐디다 가서 베지에 나나 텐디 용구도 벨라니라 텐데 베자도서 nye 베자장 양 생라 공자 텐디당 ten에 다 강다리양 고직 도sam이고 야마데와 ten이지 연구교사라와
So one thing that Lord Jigten Sumgön emphasizes is the importance of study, reflection, and meditation being an indivisibility, that these must always they always go hand in hand. So we have to, we receive teachings, we listen to teachings on a particular text, and then we reflect upon what we have heard, and then we practice. We do the meditation, so that de tu sam gom sumba la yamadrawa la gyule.
네 따자상 도산 보러와 갑사발라 도산 야마데와 다 곰세나데 삼세나데와 톱 야티아나 토바나 곰바니 야마데와지.
Yeah, so these three really should not, one shouldn't be kind of ignored or not really attended to, and the other really, practice, but these need to be, they go hand in hand, and so they all they are all an indivisibility.
다 텐디인데 또 차리긴다고 제다 가서 디스 곰디스 자 텐디 휴블량 가서다 개차 갈수는 베제트야 오 텐디게 차리긴다고 이래스.
And so for that reason, actually what Drupal Rinpoche wanted to do for his portion of the teachings is to actually start off with some meditation, so that we're actually, before we receive the teachings, that we're actually spending some time actually practicing or meditating.
텐디다 가서 디양 고 메디체트 가서 캠부 송바데 딱고지 곰자 올랍데양 고 제가 지금 고다 휴구 준비 메조베 갈세거래 지 맥좀데와 텐디 마이바 티스지 갈세거래 가서 주르고 제좀 지르지 창대와지 그러와 지금 텐디지게 토네 다 가서디 일단 용어지선 차상 창대와디 차제 첨부 괜찮은 것이라 손가서 가서 곰자람나 되네 거지 곰자지 대가 남성 그런 좀 돼야로 텐디 많이
Oh yeah.
디스티 용어지선 창내 야보요래 손손 보다 대낭이 다 단단하죠 지 ngoli zamno khandi stang go wa tene kuno khandi chin ta zo cha ja chen bo ngande nang le mandu we yo mar wa wa ta ngande ki so ro ji chin de tanda ji chi sha yo des.
And so, you know, as Kimbo Rinpoche mentioned, you know, this process of meditation is not just like random, like we randomly sit down and close our eyes and just like, you know, do this thing called meditation. But we have to have the stages that support, like the motivation, the intention, supplication, directing the mind in such a way that, you know, our meditation becomes meaningful, and closing with the dedication, you know, so that we have the three excellences present, with the, you know, motivation in the beginning and non-distraction during the actual practice, and then closing with the pure intention of dedication or bodhicitta again at the conclusion. And so what kind of comes automatically, you know, in that process is like there is this method of practicing the fivefold path like in a single sitting. And so that is what Drvan Rinpoche has written here as kind of our instruction for meditation, is actually that we're in this single session of meditation kind of going through the 5 steps of the fivefold path of Mahamudra.
Okay, so we have one page without. So here they said opening meditation. Okay, so maybe this is just read together. So.
So when we enter the sacred space of the meditation hall, we can take a moment to reflect on our motivation. Feeling that we have just stepped into a holy place, we can leave our ordinary concerns and worldly troubles at the door. In doing so, we can then happily summon a pure intention, thinking, just as I wish for happiness and well-being for myself, may all beings be happy. When an expansive feeling of love arises in your heart, you can then meditate on yourself appearing as the meditational deity that is most familiar and accessible to you, or that which is your chosen yidam. If you don't have one, you can meditate on yourself as Chenrezig. Then you can bring your attention to your heart center and visualize Vajradhara abiding there, blue with all the ornaments and silken garments, indivisible in essence from your own root guru and Lord Jigten Sumgun. He is also the true nature of your own intrinsic awareness, the indivisible union of clarity and emptiness. Resting in that very nature, you can meditate for a time, or you can choose whatever style of meditation is most comfortable or effective for you. You can rest your attention on a single object such as the breath, or you can simply sustain undistracted, vivid awareness.
Dati therewa ngazo da thangbo di ngazo they take the moment, like the motivation, feeling, and just step in the holy place. Or that the stepped into the holy place. Slabdo hatenda katang that thing maybe everybody, you know, can which kind of teade, which remind magia teade, the kitchen is
Kari.
Katanji tea or holy say, bomba say.
Ah, yeah. Okay. So Kimbo Rinpoche spoke kind of a lot about this, you know, the value of having a sacred space such as this in which to practice in connection with, meditation. And so we know that, but it's good to really be reminded again and again. Tupa. So, when we hear teachings, this is that stage of, within the three of study or hearing, literally hearing, contemplating and meditating. So we hear, but we don't just leave it at that. We have to remember. We have to remember again and again.
Page 4. Page 4.
Of this text, of the Lamchok Rinchen Tingwa. So on page 4.
Page 4 that things that the Karsanga to the page 4, number 2.
Number 2. So it says, depend on our hermitage, and that is solitary, pleasant, and blessed. So the word in Tibetan is gomba, which we often translate as monastery, but we also, and here in the West, and Ken Rinpoche was saying, in the West, our version of monasteries are the Dharma centers. So the Dharma center is our monastery. So here it's translated as hermitage, and it can mean all those things.
Related. Gombe holy place. The Dembare. Ne Sayaji do, Ne Sayaji, Yorwa. Ne Sayadi Zachimbo holy place, Labro holy. Tell a Carla words and Ne Niore, Ne Je, the Ne Kanza Tambo di Karsana, Ne Tela, the Ne Kanza Ne Tela, Chingila Bogores. Kanza Ne Tela, Chingila Bina, the Nimaji. Ne tiki yang kanza la pa chinji lap to go yores.
So, Drvan Rinpoche says he's mentioned this before, but what really kind of qualifies a holy place, and there are many holy places throughout, like Tibet and India, and what makes those places, there are kind of two things that happen with a holy place. So if one, it is, how does a place become a holy place? It becomes a holy place because individuals bless that place with their practice, essentially, and it becomes then, over time, a place that is suffused with blessings. And that then becomes a holy place. And then when it is a holy place like that, then the place blesses the individuals. So individuals who enter that place receive the blessing of the holy place. And so we have collectively blessed this space with our practice.
That is the young, sometimes this confusing Keta, Chinjilab Grace, and Red Zachimbo, and Jungon Tanga to Lama Chimbotini Peviores. Not only that, Tejibo Maris, 이는 나초게야 진지 laptop 요레스.
So, you know, and of course we can think, oh, you know, why does it have such kind of like a so much, you know, it's such a special place, or it's there's so much blessing, you know, and that you know, there have been these really incredible beings who have come here, such as His Holiness Drikung Kyabgen Chetsang Rinpoche and many other great lamas. But it's not just that. It really actually is, you know, everyone's practice counts. It adds to the collective energy, the collective blessing.
당아디 나초단다 렌데스야다 추그 칠합스야데 서모트 칸디스탄 거도 참상서 하고 말와 카리라비나 칸디스 진질라 그랬어와 코시니가 칸디스 진질라 그랬다.
So we might wonder, like, how does this happen? You know, how does a place become blessed?
디 individually 나전 디나라 레칼레이 거도 있어와.
Like, so all of the effort, you know, that each individual has put in, like the work that happens here, for instance.
다 레칼레야디 가르치 있는 레레 슬라비나 나 비즈니스 나오지. 나나 게틀 메인 라야 나오지. 게엔들 베샤라야 치들 레칼레요 말와. 레칼레야다 가르치는 원디 보다 다르마. 마음바 추초레. 곰바리 리고지 심지한 담지 동계 미규리 전에 거다 sacrifice 해야 돼. 진리 지요래. 들려다 그 청합던 과장님이 자고요래.
And so when, you know, all of the effort and the work is not like, it's not a business. It isn't so that we can gain status or prestige or name. It isn't so that we can get money. It is for the sake of the Buddha Dharma. It is for the sake of the Dharma Center, which is providing Buddha Dharma to benefit beings. And so we sacrifice and we work hard for the benefit of the Dharma, for the benefit of sentient beings. And that is what brings blessing.
That is not only that. That be not individually, who pay a penny low in a young. Koti Luyati, Aunt had the Jifaro. Koti kept on business no. Koran the cheat Kayamarwa. Take Harchigo Lavina, Bechamambolona, Yumbulona, Kandania, what I mean, Digi Pehaji, Hindevi Jagi, we Hindem Dike, Chozon the Layaboyongo, or Chozon the Latine, Mahon Bendi, Deletane, Mahombala, and Nekapa, Tato Samala, some champagne togres on it, Lekayan lay. पंजो पंद्रो सौ तांबे ता ठीक है motivation ठीक गुनो ठीक निपाती के तेने ता चेंज लगू हो रहे इस नेता.
And not only that, but also every financial contribution, like even a single penny, you know, it isn't about like some transactional thing or like a business, but really when we, you know, put our money into, you know, or toward the Dharma or the, you know, for the benefit of Dharma activities, then, and especially when the intention is there, like there's that, the understanding of the merit that is being accumulated through that, and one of the things, you know, may this go toward, you know, benefiting the center so that the center can thrive, so that beings can benefit. May this go toward the benefit of all beings. And when there's that, you know, to achieving both temporary and ultimate benefit for sentient beings. And then when there is that, you know, any level of support, you know, with that intention, brings about blessing also. It contributes to the blessing.
어때 팀도 땅아서 갈색 거지 hard.
Oh, so whether support, sorry, he said finance, so contributions, but and work, both of those things.
어때 팀도 땅아서 망보지 그 sacrifice 나디 칼레잡이 요러와. 어디 칼레잡 샤와티 다 지나서야든 좋다고 그래. 베네차샤나 단다지도 that is very important too. 가르스는 말라리페게 타워 잡이 요러와. 디 자야 tilata 갈라고 요래서나 디제들 꼬란도서지 요러와. 9th floor. 9th floor라 꼬라 찍 자토비나 저랑 그때 다 그랬어 봐.
Chitang.
어제탕. 근데 다 꼬라니 잡나 아메 영처럼 아메 뒷바 다 그랬어. 꼬라 좀 잡나. 근데 다 바위 뒷바 다 그래서 보다 근데 그 누가 요래 좀. 오늘 바다 가서나 꼬라게 말라리파 꼬라 sacrifice 지요.
And sacrifice is actually important to really endure hardship for the sake of the Dharma. Really intensifies actually the blessings. We see Milarepa, the example of Milarepa, how much hardship he endured in service to or for the sake of Dharma. So he, in his efforts, there's this story that you're all familiar with where Marpa instructed him to build 9 towers, a 9-story tower, and there is still to this day that 9-story tower, and it is said that if you do on the 9th floor a single circumambulation, and it's difficult because there's a really thin path actually, so it's kind of dangerous. But if you do one circumambulation, then this purifies your own obscurations. If you do a second circumambulation, it purifies your mother's obscurations. If you do a third circumambulation, it purifies your father's obscurations. So it has that much power because of Milarepa's sacrifice.
어디인데 나절라 텐디지 칼레자샤와 텔라 디 누파티게 되는 거다 심지하려야 다 팬토고요래 가르스네 가르치 토고르스나 그 holy object holy place 차도요래스
And wait, gare 야보코 마송 심심 펜토기요래 되니?
팬토고레스 가르치 토고레 사잔들이 기게 심지한 뭐뭐지 팬토고레 가르치 토고레스나 되는 다 holy place is
사제데. So a holy place or a holy object becomes holy because of the energy and effort that is made by the individuals who kind of consecrate that place, and because of then the benefit that it brings to sentient beings.
다 뒤에 들어간다니 다 나랑 그 some 당당도 텐디 임비나래 단다다 도지 이니게 밴드도 TMC 초대 잡으리스.
So Dhruvan Rinpoche says he reflects on, for instance, before coming here, when he was at Tibetan Meditation Center and together with Dorje, and they built a stupa there.
다디 그 로로다 내동 공부하고 그래 로로도 있네 다지 construction에 지네 아주 집을했어. 얘다 아주 뒤 제야 될라 가서 미유지도 단가 희삼그라 코란 habit 뭐다 hobby 말했어. 깔레요래 항상 깔레요래스. 이나티 깔레디게 마음 발라 심심편 토그래 엔도서 그노 테치는 말로 아주 레네로 앞에나 9 to 9 내가 레기요래 이나야 틀라 고배샤라 대야도 salary 도 텐디 가야 말이 팀유야 말이 이거 말이스. 이나야 내 집이 좀 센들래 되네 semchen pen togre samne emerjek jora yabo leg do labnanda tel kan to ba yo mares ko te chu to yo mares inda nga chu ki kulong da kale yore yina ya kale ting semchen pen togre sambo da tenri cha de yores
So years of construction stupa rangre or chirang? Years of construction stupa rangre? So, and Nedun knows, he was also around. He worked too. And it took years. There were years of construction. And it wasn't like their hobby or something, you know, that they just like wanted to do it because they enjoyed it. It was hard. And they worked, you know, 9 to 9, 9 in the morning and 9 to night. And they weren't getting some salary. They weren't getting paid for it. They didn't have that objective, like even the thought didn't cross their mind. Why did they work so hard? Because there was a thought, in the future, this will be here and it will bring benefit to beings. And so that was the motivation behind their effort.
지보요 레카도 지보요 말 하비 노 마레스 지보요 지네 마레스 이나야고 노메라 칸디 디비코도 요나야 데제 지나 마옹바당 다다당 되네 직심전에 팬토그레스 그런 텐디제게 도네 맞아 레카 레버레스 마옹지 그가 땅아도 지보 말바다
And you see both of them doing similar things here, you know, working really hard for the center. And it isn't because they enjoy it. It isn't because it's their hobby. It's because it's with the same motivation, the same intention. Like no matter how difficult, they know that their efforts will bring benefit to beings.
오다 디니 딘디 땅가 저 갈레지아 비킨 리브스나리 땅가 저 컴플리 차요로와 컴플리 차요레 대가나 이다 가서 땡 지도 되네 땅가 저 이도 용에 땡 지도 구송 투텐 태양 되네 지고 퀄리티 야보 오다 딘디 요레 스티니다 티게 땡땡 아주게 그
Another thing that really contributes to the consecration of a place, and that has also really brought a lot of blessings to this space, are the representations of enlightened body, speech, and mind that have been chosen, you know, because they are of, you know, really good quality, highest quality. They're attractive and beautiful to behold, and because of their presence, you know, and all the blessings, they've been consecrated and blessed. So they're really powerful, and they bring a lot of blessings.
Also, one thing forget. That not only that. Not on Dina, so Dina Chuya Biore, Dina Bomyam Chibiore. Oh, that tendici ko mani pe me hong chik tong ba thi ke thini pheyong dele ko chinap chano yores ne palam yores
And not only that, but there's ongoing Dharma activity here. So we do practices together, we meditate here, there are teachings where people come together and share in the Dharma. So all of that really contributes, it adds every time you come into the temple and practice, it adds to the building of the blessings here. So even just reciting like a single Mani mantra has effect.
어다 뒤인데 땅에서 라 인디비주얼리즘 땅고 요래 가서는 땅 상상가도 땅아 두소면도 다 사람네 지금 랑지 보이 뭐라고 지 섬 땅고 요러와 근데 말해
And so sometimes sometimes there's this idea that like when we come to practice at the center, we think it's for us. Like, oh, I want to or I don't want to. Or, oh, today I don't really have time, I don't really feel like it. But it's not just like we're not the only ones who benefit from it.
of course, individual benefit you are temba say Takatan can which here with Yaso. Temba say the same chance say Tiniboko interconnected. Temba Yagoyuna, Simjana Pant over it. Temba the Yago money goes Simjana Pant or Tugumara. Tea in doing a sofa soyatella, Temba Lata, Nea, Temba Negioris.
Wait, got it?
Not to Sanjik, Temba Negioris, Sofa Sobina,
Oh, yeah.
the Lichu Chivina. Tea in the Chig Kukungaji would as it be Chikesha Marwa. So what thing Majin Sona? Tea Temba Lapin Gorwa. Or Tesam Tong, Tinita, or Temba Pena in somebody told it. Muyak Nala Tembe Kichi Langarana response you somebody. Or that Tendichi at the kitchen is.
And so there's two. There's the teachings. So there's the benefit of the teachings and the benefit to sentient, or benefiting the teachings and benefiting sentient beings. And Kenshin Rinpoche also spoke very eloquently about this. So we also are helping the teachings. We're benefiting the Buddha's teachings by practicing the Dharma. So in order, for the teachings to remain, it requires people who are practicing and studying the Dharma. And so both things are happening, through our effort to show up and to do the practices, because we're both helping the teachings to remain here, and also we're helping where our practice benefits sentient beings. So when we do practices together, this is helping to support the Buddha's teachings. And so in a way we can think about it not just like, oh, do I want to come, do I not want to come, but like actually we have a responsibility.
They can't watch Kazan take Benagachi Morism don't call yet. Carsenangazo Gendu Seat Duba Seade, Kachim Mores, and so on. Tindi Pena Chama Dabres.
Garilla?
Gendu Dubanga, Sangan Duni, Yamatiate, the Sam Jimaka, Top Chambores. Top Chambori Kalama, some Janape, Pano Jachim Buyores. Pena Chama Dabre, La Yorwa.
Right, oh, right.
Chira, Jackin, and Rick and Diggery, in a young Tazam, your mother's love. Belamajigo saw the Kokona, you, the Yori, in a young Tazam, you got on to your mother's, Sijan, Tonchim, Jachim, and brought to Kumaris. Benetta, not to the stroke, it's a Kangotama so to
And so Kim Rinpoche also spoke a lot about, the power of collective practice, the power of the Sangha, and how important it is, to kind of understand the importance of that jewel, in that, if, for instance, we all really respect one another and we come together and we practice together, that brings power to our efforts. Whereas, and he gave that wonderful example of the broom. If a broom has a single straw, then it can't really clean well. But if it has, a bunch of straws, then it has power. It can actually like clean a space. And so, like the Lama, even if the Lama practices on their own, then there is power in that. But it really actually is so much more powerful when there is community, there practicing together. It actually allows for the Lama's activities to really have impact. It allows for like the vastness of the enlightened activity.
Oda di da kanda review doji katsan kan mujiki teach how tadang ti ton da related and the opening meditations related to this.
And so he sort of, Kim Rinpoche ended up speaking a lot about this in his teachings, and he feels, Drupal Rinpoche feels it's related, to this opening meditation.
Tin da nga di tangbon do chin da di la ko ji cha chang dong ne bom ja ga yo ma des. Wa ya da ben na cha sha wi na ma zo ya la han di na la le. Da ti ne ni do wa. Tene nga zo gomba lan ro ne homba du ho ne sti yung do. Chirang so chem ne so yung bin go zo be 7 steps after 7 step lam go na le yang men da la han di na ya zu cha ne do wa. Tin zu bi ka la da holy ten bi je ke la han na le ba re te le du tene ji ku long de ten di holy plate la ma ta la ya holy je go go wa. Tin di in du da nga so of course individually ji sam sam ka ni nyo da nyo ba tin di yor di na ya te ko ji ta behind the door xiao da wo chi ji da ni ga na ji symbol lu de de da ji be gawa da rowa rowa sa yo de tene da sang ji ke song cha chang de le yo de tene alex yo de da ten de ji ti ko te da jing zong de wo ji ke tene be ho lu chi tene gom nan de gres.
And so, for instance, it is also said that, the merit of just taking 7 steps in the direction of like a hermitage or a holy place of practice is like inconceivably vast in its benefit. So the moment that we move in the direction to say, like, go to the Dharma center to practice, and we take 7 steps, we can already be inclining our mind into like a kind of holy mind state, or one that is really like what is described here. And especially once we arrive and then like we enter inside, leaving our troubles, leaving our kind of worldly concerns at the door, is really important, because, when we think about this relationship that Drupal Rinpoche just explained about individuals blessing the place. So when we have a pure mind state that is really genuinely directed toward practice, then it helps, then we're like really like contributing more, to kind of the blessing of the place, for instance. And of course, not to mention the benefit that then becomes available to us when we're able. And he said, of course, sometimes we have difficulties, we have hardships, we have strong afflictive emotions arise, there are problems. And so, of course, those things are going to affect us. But when we really make an effort, or we try, at least when it comes to practice, and entering into the space of the meditation hall itself, to calm the mind, to have kind of a feeling of allowing yourself to kind of like open to a sense of joy, taking joy in the Dharma, taking joy in Dharma practice, and feeling the blessings and thinking, oh, I'm here in the presence of the Buddhas, I'm here in the presence of the deities, there are all of these sacred relics here, and kind of allowing the mind to settle into, a peaceful and uplifted state is really beneficial.
We have too much talking, so what I did that, and then I thought the PCM and Tindin or which you do that, Malachi. You can't get the Hana left, there are Hana do Tene, Chita, Troa, Gawa, or Tindi, get on it, Karmanga, or
So, not to go on and on, but just they kind of considering that, really taking it in when we come into the sacred space, trying to remember that. And so here, as part of that practice, now we can take some time, Gare Karma Gatse, maybe 5 minutes or so. We can meditate together.
어다 대가는 이 온라인 강의 지나서라 아포트로 지추도 대바 당나치니 되네 요리 대체바요 말에 지나서다 방한디나는 요잠바 텐디나로 지스텐이 지 지나서다 바기 공소 가지고 피지컬 링에도 하나 요리 가서 하나 요 말이잖아 요 말이스.
And also, okay, important to say that the people who are joining us online are equally present. So it's not like, we're here in this space and you're not with us. But actually, everyone online is also contributing to the space. You can feel it. So the effort is appreciated. And also, you don't need to feel like you're missing out or you're somehow not connected or not present, because we feel the connection with all of you as well.
Of course, the reality is there is the 제바요마바타 링동다 요 말이스.
And in reality, there is no duality. There is no actually difference between near and far, or distinction between near and far.
Okay, so we tea break. So come back 4 o'clock. Thank you.
do morning meditation in here,
Okay,
I think, right?
sure.
Just Zoom it.
I should do my morning practice again. It was nice seeing you when you were doing your morning practice in here. And I'm here still recording. Okay. I'm dragging, but it tasted good.
Ma'am?
The butternut squash soup with sweet potato.
And it came out okay?
I put carrots in it. I put tomato in it, onions, and garlic.
Good. And now you have super energy?
I'm a bruiser when I donate.
No, I one time was not allowed to give blood because they told me I wasn't alive. They said, you have no blood pressure, you're not alive, go home. But I pass out all the time.
I did when I was pregnant. When I was pregnant and, they take all those vials of blood from you. They took 6. I passed out. Boom. It's like 107 pounds.
Yep. Well, I remember I had to get up to 100 pounds so I could donate blood. And I finally made it, and I worked in a big office building, and they had medical, on the 1st floor, and they did it right there. And I was so proud of myself. I got 100 pounds, and as soon as I got up from the table, boom, I hit the floor. And they said, okay, have some orange juice. Hit the floor again. Went back to my office. Fell
Thank
down
you,
again.
Juan.
Hello.
It's kind of chilly, isn't it? Should I turn?
저쪽에 또 있을
네.
동안 이거
That's good. So now we'll continue going through the precious garland of the Sublime Path. So picking up on page 10 with the 10 things to encourage yourself with. So reflecting upon the difficulty of obtaining the leisures and endowments, encourage yourself to adopt the sacred Dharma. Second, reflecting upon death and impermanence, encourage yourself to virtuous practice. Third, reflecting upon the inevitable consequences of karmic actions, encourage yourself to abandon misdeeds and non-virtue. 4, reflecting upon the faults of samsara, encourage yourself to attain liberation. 5, reflecting upon the sufferings of samsaric beings, encourage yourself to train in bodhicitta. 6, reflecting upon the utterly deluded mental states of sentient beings, encourage yourself to hear and contemplate. 7, reflecting upon the difficulty of leaving behind the habitual tendencies of delusion, encourage yourself to meditation and accomplishment. 8, reflecting upon the harmful, disturbing emotions in this dark age, encourage yourself to apply the antidotes. 9, reflecting upon the abundance of adverse conditions during this dark age, encourage yourself to be patient. 10, reflecting upon the ease with which one can squander away this life in distraction, wandering here and there, encourage yourself to be diligent. So first we have, we're here it goes through actually each of the four thoughts that turn the mind, which are the first preliminaries in the program, or in the fivefold path of Mahamudra, which are the stages of the path. And so these are the first four, which if you're attending our Ngundo program, then you're already well familiar. And they're really explained in great detail. And furthermore, they'll also come up in the mind training. So Drupal Rinpoche is not going to go into them right now.
다 디나는 기타 거야 레라 오래도와 된다. 저기 텐조한데 니가와테 지 하코비나 근데 텐조한 니가와테 고 레라 오지 토고요 말와. 그 마토도 다 디게 지 토대원들라 담비주 회주 가와시고 와다가 저기 텐조지 밀지 토바래 디 밀이 토대와디 다 배주 가치고는 개체모지를 지역으로 와. 뒤에다 집 샘대양 편마, 치마나 편마다 담배 주인 거라 왔으니까 담배지 들은 거각 opportunity 톱 되어들라 이 주도 인자 들은 거.
But it's pretty self-explanatory and brief. When you reflect upon all of the different reasons and supports for understanding the difficulty of obtaining a precious human birth with leisures and endowments, then it really becomes a great encouragement to your practice. You feel inspired to practice the Dharma. Really being convinced that this is such a rare opportunity, that it's not at all easy to come by, and so in having a precious human birth, if we then use that opportunity or that time to really dedicate ourselves to the practice, to the Dharma, it brings about benefit in this life, it brings about benefit in future lives. And so it is in this way that by reflecting on that, the first of the four thoughts really encourages us to practice Dharma.
다 텐전니까 와티 텐디 짜치 뭐지 요래 텐디 톱도 요래 이내야 다티 지 텐디네야 고주ringo 대야 레베스나 말에서 텐저트게 제가 맡아와 용거리스 텐디 인데 텐디 다 좋지그래서.
And so then secondly, in this reflecting the second of the four thoughts, so if we reflect on how precious this opportunity that we have as a human being with leisures and endowments is, and then we think, but it's really just a short period that it's here, that it doesn't remain forever, because of the truth of impermanence, because we will die. And so then when we reflect on impermanence, then this becomes something that then encourages us in virtuous practice. It encourages us also to practice the Dharma.
다티 하고도 근데 다티 카레스라는 다 맞아 제 메타와 레샤스다 이나티 다 같이 거래스 와체 메타와린도 근데 단조 뇨다 가리가 가리요다 추조도 가도 그래 나위는 근데다 린데종이야 그래서 내게와 좁아야 내게와 좁아야 그래서.
And then when we feel the truth of impermanence, and so therefore we're really motivated to practice the Dharma, but what does that really consist of? It is essentially, the practice of exerting ourselves in virtue and avoiding non-virtue, and so then impermanence moves us or moves into reflecting on the infallibility of karma, cause and effect. And then with that understanding, we're further motivated to practice virtue and abandon non-virtue.
대리다 대양한테네 다 가서 개와도 그러와 디파빵 개와도네 다 가를 삐우 가와래 그러와 지금 가서 지 사당 미다 지 제와 치마라야 주축본도 텐데 토리아리아 가리리 섬당도 텐데 말이에요 손에 좀 가서 개와 디파빵에 개와도비아다 코란들이 타로 그러와 기다 섬
But then what is the objective with which we practice virtue and practice giving up non-virtue? So it isn't, so that we have happiness in this life. It's not, for worldly aims like becoming rich or having a good reputation. And it's not even really, ultimately for happiness in the next life. But really, the objective to become free entirely from the suffering of samsara is the intended aim, the intended goal, and that is cultivated through reflecting on the fourth of the four thoughts, which is contemplating the faults of samsara. And so by contemplating the faults of samsara, then we encourage ourselves to attain liberation.
That is number 5. Tekar is Hubina.
What?
Can I hear?
Yeah, they couldn't hear him.
I
Oh.
did a mute, so where?
But we're good now? Thumbs up? Lincoln, can you give me a thumbs up if we're good? It sounds like we're not.
They can hear you now.
Okay,
We're good now.
Okay.
okay.
You okay? No?
Dig it.
Okay. Oda lambanga watris, anranga watela, kares la vinata. Ngato samno yabo ji tang bi kawla kurwan di kinane ta dowa rigdo simchen shimbada pa sho yimbi na yang ji pen mu na ro ji samno tang bi na yang tene ji kanye mengen ro ji dang tindis mindowas ti indu ta ti 어따 디가 탑로데 강에시야 그 탑들라 가레스나 가서 심지어도 강에도 삼테네 맞아 다 장초샘 양고야다 yes
So,
강가서 기타 심지어도 정말 능이미나 강이미나 되네 가서 이 파게라 닝지지 거야 요마와 로바치 거야 요마 닝지지 거야 요마와.
So then, having reflected on the faults of samsara and feeling inspired toward liberation ourselves, also understanding the suffering experienced by all beings, then it is not just our own liberation that we become concerned with, but we then feel concerned about removing the suffering of all beings. And so then this becomes what encourages us to train in bodhicitta, because it is understanding the difficulties of others that then we really are able to generate compassion, and there's the wish to free beings from that suffering. And so if there were no difficulty, if sentient beings weren't experiencing difficulty or hardship, then there wouldn't be a case or a need for generating compassion. But because there is profound suffering, then this becomes something which motivates us to train in bodhicitta.
다 가서 기타 로종 기티가라다 그런 조디 조자디 장접선리로 기가라가 조다 개정 무용그레스.
So also in the mind training, when we get to those teachings, there's a lot there about practicing bodhicitta or cultivating bodhicitta.
대인도 다 가서 디 대중구도와 당이 공투가 나이에 지 토바당 삼바 야마데와 세야당 드니 지 추당 강자니보 지 카하만도와 세야 지금구도와 대인도 다 권한이
Chu dang gangsa.
카하만도와 지과보와
So in the way that he spoke of the importance of having both, or unifying study and contemplation, also it is important to unify, like that the Dharma and the practitioner become unified, so that it's not like, so that they're not kind of separate from one another.
대인이 다 가서 기타 단다다 장면 가서 로그요래 나담나라와 나라당을 지비다 노버 지비게 타르와탄 탐민진 버터 주고 지고 탐지 쪼지비게 마음 가다냐 메신저담이 대화단데 동가당 대세야 되다 한사야게 다 포fon당 한사게 신통보레스 가서 탐 나발라부요레스.
And so in that way, when we recite, for instance, what we recite daily, which is referred to as the Dagdhamma, which begins with those opening lines or the opening prayer, all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path of liberation and omniscience, may they be freed from suffering, may they have happiness, may they never be separated from happiness, and may they reach the state of complete awakening. When we say those words, they're actually very profound in their meaning.
really high 와.
Really it's a high level practice.
나 대인이 다 지금 든디 톱나다 랍리 야보리 있으나다 디스칼레 가보도와.
La?
다 든디 종비는 배 항상 야보리스.
De nune sim de nangla ched na lagyube.
다 든디 냠냐지 톱나 대 야보리스.
So if you can actually practice, as those words are expressing, or according to those words, then it's really extraordinary.
이나갈레 가보리스.
But it's hard too.
나 저 몰람 자기요래 농구요래 이나코티 게 지나데 고마고발라 맞다 건조 투비아 레와 요레스 마토비다 단다 항상 가보도와.
We make the aspiration, that we may, that the blessings will enter our mind stream. Then gare the young group to bagi munam rawala.
당가 좀 농구요래스와 농야비 김생카레 펜토 강야 마레스 펜토 강야 메와 마레스 펜토 요레스.
Yeah. So it is.
이나양 콜라랭고데 다갈레 가보리도스.
So there's benefit in reciting these words and really having the aspiration to embody them, to accomplish, what is expressed by them. There's benefit in that. But it is a really high level practice. It's difficult to actually achieve, that level of practice.
디니다 가서 자자 진봉간데 나라다 당보디 자자 진봉간데 장접샘 세야 들어와 장접샘 들라 곰백달라다 당봉 가서 장고래 송도 장네 참바 곰바 닌지 곰바 장접샘 곰바 시들람바 힌두지 용고도.
And this is why, we have, for instance, in the Fivefold Path of Mahamudra, we spend time really making an effort to cultivate the mind states of love, compassion, and bodhicitta. So like the first section of the Fivefold Path of Mahamudra is the practice of love, compassion, and bodhicitta.
다 저 빼나차 샤비나 참바 공부요나래 라와 다 빼나 참바로 섬어도나 디나네 가르송 요지나 당보 다 예사들 공부를 송도와 지그랑 제와요사.
So when we practice love, there's like a progressive, cultivating love and compassion, there's kind of like a progressive order to it, a way that it can be developed. So it is said, and in this context, we practice, first having love for those who are close to us, those that maybe it's kind of easy to feel affection towards. It's easier to have love for maybe certain people who are close to us in our lives, and that's where we start.
Or may small problem. That in the
Or what?
Teaching maybe small problem.
Small problem?
Yeah.
야보코마서.
이나 때려와. 다 가서 디 라렌다고 거래라. 라렌다도.
Oh, that's the small problem.
Yeah, 라렌다야 돼. Small problem 방 고조 고고 거래스. The practice, the start, there's small problem. Have small.
So if we have a small problem with someone, that's when we need to start practicing?
Yes.
Like in action?
Yes. So the in the tambo te go do. Da nga so chu nyam la ji ji do chamba gum gi nim gi gum is only not words.
Not just words, yeah.
Te mai ba che ro. 다 actual 가르 공부 그래서나 당보 analyze 지 공부와. 가전다 나 참바지 공부를 쓰려나 되겠다. 지 참바들 당보 매와지라. 요 공부로 와. 로. 당보가 참바 요 말에 참바 매와 들었다. 참바 요와 소고로 와.
Okay. So, and these aren't just words. That's like something we have to actually put into practice. So, when we analyze, we adjust our thinking to support the practice, to support the arising of love. And so especially when, I think what he's saying is if there's someone that we're close with, that it's easy to have love for, and then a small problem arises, that's a really great opportunity to cultivate, to like put those words into action. And then, it's easier when it's a small problem to then correct the mind state and instead to bring up the love, to cultivate the love. Is that right?
Right, yeah.
Yep.
뒤에다 가르치는 거 analyze로 와. 치네. 다시 치네. 오다 chance many ro many that they dig me do sta somebody ha ko go ro ngala kongro salge do ro some days that the analyze chi ta thiela ta sem ko jucho ta ne ro jucho ta ne gom ne ro ti sem ti thedi yam na so magic ro pa chi sta ne ro the help ro what teaching that Tambo helps it little yomarwa. Take the lap to grey, in a most she took marwa. In a tati koji gom the low juletin, when you have changed it to Yajita, Konrogo.
Jema de Yabokuma song Dampoko song. The Iniang the Penadambo Michik young controlang Yura, Tessa. The need the
young man imagine watching scenery, Tambo Ropachi goes Chiak and Doba Yomarwata.
Oh, okay. So whether it can be, that for instance, there's like some irritation or there's some mild anger that arises towards someone, and then you can kind of analyze and apply the practice in such a way that you change your attitude, change the mind, so that instead you're able to bring up that feeling of love, and overcome the irritation, overcome the anger that has arisen. Or if it's a case where you have an opportunity to help someone, like in general, at first, you don't, maybe there's not the motivation to help, but there's kind of, because of the commitment to the practice, there's the intention that arises, and then we build on that good intention. I'm going to help this person. I'm actually going to make an effort to help. Rebe.
Really need to focus. 그 동안 해bar 자아중도 동안 해bar 자아중도 이나 가르 프로블럼이 바디 다 고그로 베네 초랑 초보 이나래 야면다 가리나 초보 뭐 가리나 쟁이다 직 먼데 위키 니츠지 요르와 디니츠데 하고 그래스 테나라 지구도 같이 드기면도 스민다다 드기면도 스타 그 디스그리먼트 유나레 don't lack 이나레 가리나다 드기메와지 요르와 tiin digi me wata da lo leng ro ta ti o ta digi me dos ta nga ko dis ga me dos ro ta ha ko ne ta ti ke de ne ga ya ta phi chi go do o ta nga de ne song de ko lo control lang me ro o ne song ti ji ta lo lu nga yi som la go do ma do sem ji go ma re de ne ji lu ke nam jo yang ko la ma ga bi ke nam jo teng ge me ro 나기나 생 전부 얘기 좀다 근데 이제 양아조요 겁나 근데 그 센서를 찾으러 당보대 디스레라 오이지 말에 그 땅에서 주마 찾으러 와 얘는 양다 근데 그 텔레를 봐 띠네 배 공고도 와 맞다 이제 들어가서 되와 가서 개탄데 이제 잠바 공이나 올라가다 저지도 이제 공배소도 리티나요 그 스피스페 기미나 잠바 공이 알레로 오면 와
So we really need to like focus, make it a focus, and really put effort into the practice. Like, and as the Buddha said, the first of the Four Noble Truths, we should understand the truth of suffering. And so all of these situations are an expression of the truth of suffering, the first of the Four Noble Truths. And so if you have some problem, with someone, and then you can kind of like really a disagreement, and maybe you're really holding on to it in your mind, like I'm really mad, or I don't like that person, I disagree. But like really investigating, from the perspective of just identifying the affliction and not getting lost in the reasons that are feeding the affliction. And then really making an effort to do what is necessary to correct that mind state. Even like kind of making a commitment, like having kind of a vow with yourself, like, okay, from today on, I'm not going to be angry at this like I'm going to drop this anger. And also in expressing, with the doors of body, speech, and mind, is at first, maybe it's hard, maybe there's anger there, so it's hard to be friendly, for instance. But then if you make an effort to be friendly, at first it's hard and it feels insincere. But then it kind of turns into being sincere. And you really actually kind of, that itself, that effort at expressing friendliness helps in overcoming like the actual affliction. And so we need these situations actually to cultivate our love, because we can say like we're cultivating love, or like, may I have love for all beings. But if there's not like a specific kind of fertile ground for cultivating that love, there's not something specific to work with, then it's actually kind of difficult. It's not so easy. So those situations are actually very precious.
다 딘디 장창비 qabla 다 understanding 가르치기로 직삼노 땅도 땅원에 지나 오가 마가위키 투 콜라 컨트롤한데 비 투라 되네 직 서로와들라 나 마가와직다 마치와지 요러와 그다 매바 차러와
가레 메바 자기요레.
오다 계시 당보 컨트롤 사나 되네 지보요 말와 대보요 말와 그 메텔다 가두나 남도지사 고두보리 고지치기레 삼대고 요러와 이나다 지 곰네 손데 니마지 고 콘로 놀롱가 콘로 사그마와 계시 마 이프데 계시 콘로 마자 차미나 드네 가서 출바 대바지 일레 그레스
오 메데 통나.
레메토 통나 이나다 이너 스테이트 하고 놀롱가 콘로 사그요 말와 고 통나레 만도나레 칸다야 고 출바디 대오지 일레 부요레스 디 출바 대바 디기 줌센치네 다 고까지 첨부인 거지. 근데 하고 요래서 땅원에 truly 거나지 까지 첨부 봐. 당보대 공가서 다 닝제 공부한다 우리. 이나야 제리 콜까지 첨부인 거. 근데 다 근데 고 deeply 거라 sincerely 되네. 콜다 respect 다 제발레 그래서. 제발레 봐자 맞지 다 다동 furthermore samotambina 사지야게 욕하래. 와. 주도 장적 생활 장저선데 배야되는 녀야요 말와. 이제 좀 생각하잖아. 공아 당보 마가와 텔레데니 나티 유드롭 타요와. 드니 고직 뭐네 지부 휴지 드니 고다나 다 배제트니로 차고서 데 블레스 야지도 대화세야 드니 드니 지에요 살아와.
And so if we, for instance, when we're angry, then and we know that, like, you know, that anger, and we really pay attention to, you know, how it actually feels, and we have that very clear understanding that the anger itself is suffering, that it's unpleasant, that it's causing us pain. And then when we see that person or we interact with that person, it kind of triggers that unpleasant feeling of dislike, which makes us unhappy. And when we work with it and we kind of are aware of that, and then we meditate again and again, and we practice patience, and we have the intention to transform it, then actually that dislike, that painful feeling, changes to pleasure, to joy, which then, you know, we really feel kind of it as a product of that inner strength that we're cultivating. And then there's like a really pleasurable feeling, blissful feeling even, that arises. And then we really understand actually, and from that transformation of our suffering transforming into bliss or into happiness, then we feel a sense of real gratitude for the person, because that conflict is what allowed that transformation to take place. So in fact, there comes then a feeling of deep respect and love for that person, especially then, you know, that becomes the cause of bodhicitta. That is actually, you know, bodhicitta is the cause of Buddhahood, of awakening. So then we, you know, really feel a sense of gratitude towards those individuals who have created, who have been really difficult for us, because they're the ones who are actually assisting us to awakening, to attaining Buddhahood. Because without those challenging circumstances, we wouldn't have the material to work with. So we actually, when we actually have that transformation happen, where, something that was at one point, a cause of suffering actually, transforms into bliss, and the cause for awakening, bodhicitta, then there's a real sense of respect and appreciation for those harm doers or enemies.
어다 디인도 데리다 가서 로예 랑네 라고도 로예 랑네 라 specific 직 problem 직 마가바 직 로랑네 가서 창마 단다랑 차야 요 말와 individually have their issue problem 틀로 랑네 디가
Sometimes indicate ang bouquet mixed na nga bego tongdo indicate la yangna bouquet la. Okay.
강사 소소기 주라 요봐 요다 직당 problem 가리요나 직야서 량고레스 나도 냠낸 치지 틀량고도 와 보다 대ኛ 수조치 이슬람도 다 당보가 잠바 공부라나 되기면도 와 보다 디 요다 디 다냐 포커스 치네로 와 디 요다 다 메와 소기 잠바지 로 수나오 레터 칼리타 유르 보고요나레 tuzu tungtong gogo yunare, tuzu ringbo gogo yunare, ti nga sogi somebody ko lo lani te ko tsangma roji so to bi na tene kale kale ta hemba do ko rangyi hyo kanga he te ro do to zung re to rang de sno wa zung do ji nga zo yang bo ji cha mi na ro ba na nga ja lang se mi ji tele ko ta nga ja lang ya me cha bi na ji ji na su ji nga ja lang ya me cha se ro wa ina me chang ma gong bo ya me lo
So, the ngaja langya, the young chape, the young chape.
Tatero, Tambo Hakoson, Mijik, Najala, Mijik, Tambo Naja, Lansida in a Kadinachi, Yorova. Tatel, Tagomroa, Gom,
Midi ngaja langiore, or ngala ngaja
but not
langiore.
to joke him, it doesn't matter.
Lasso, tene ngaja langin.
Or Naja Langiorova, that tell that focus chini, Yamne chini. Tene, ta metal ta ngajana yam charwa. Marangajala yam char cornerwa. What the child do? Tene maybe take China. Tene sugil ngajala yam chasig is Torandela do Torandela na. Tene Kungatsu Gumya Majik Gom your Tina Yaki Yabo Chasona. Tene Mount Sama. Condola Malaya Chana.
Okay. So really, essentially, it sounds like really understanding how beneficial difficult situations can be to our practice, that they're really needed for our practice, like if, and deciding to really embrace it, to take it on, like if, for instance, there's someone that we really don't like focusing in on that and using that for practice intentionally, so that, we are able to really transform that mind state. Because when, for instance, if we sooner or later, if we keep at it, and it's not immediate, and it's difficult, and it's painful, but if we continue and we return to it again and again, little by little, sooner or later, it will transform with the intention to transform it. So for instance, if there's somebody who causes us to become prideful, and whenever we notice that there's pride, whenever, in that this particular person triggers an attitude of superiority or pride. And then if we focus on that situation as a way to overcome or subdue that pride, and then eventually that person who you usually have that feeling of superiority arise with, it won't arise in that circumstance. And then maybe if you overcome it in that circumstance, you actually can overcome it entirely. Like maybe that one person became the reason why, or in that situation that caused you to become arrogant, you actually stopped becoming arrogant. And then you notice that actually nobody, there's no one who actually causes you to have that feeling of arrogance arise. So that one situation ends up becoming the cause to subdue the affliction, like in a kind of wider context. So same with, say, anger. If you're able to subdue your anger in the connection with a particular, like one person and one situation, then you might pleasantly realize that you're becoming angry in general a lot less, that situations aren't affecting you in a way that maybe they once would.
Re ta de la iba ran ti ta kisi khansa de la ngaja me wa nga la ya me wa cha bi na tene mechik ro wa mechik la ngaja la ya me wa cha bi na tene mo ba la ta me chama la ngaja la ya ma cha se de la iba.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's not so immediate, like coming over overcoming the arrogance in that one situation causes you to overcome your arrogance altogether. But it shows you the possibility. It shows you the potential, so that in the future, if you're able to overcome that one situation, in the future, you're able to overcome it with everyone.
Otewa, otateri, tiga no ita the positive side wa. In a negative, tiparis, young. Chora mechila kondo sagi yona. Tene peche chora matama kondo sagi or this churba libris.
So this is what happens on the positive side, but the same thing can happen with the negative. Like if we become angry with one person, then this quickly spreads, and our anger there becomes many sources to our anger.
Right. So this interesting. This kind of generated, right? So we Tibet called the angry to person, human being, but then he beating his forces. You understand? Huh?
He's angry at a person, but he beats his horses.
Right. So this kind of similar. Okay. So maybe first we say I angry to you, right? But maybe you're not valuable there, or I don't know. But there, along the road, I meet another person. Then they are angry to that person too, because of this previous situation, So kind of like truly not angry, but no relax, Your attitude is totally changed, So same way, we are like love and compassion, right? So it's very difficult. So this is very important, is individually, not one thing, okay, you do this, no. Okay, so first thing is we working on specific thing. Okay, first I say analyze what I have problem, right? So that is the first level, okay? You or someone you jealousy or angry or worry or whatever attitude, so you are just kind of really look your side, on side, or sensitive, whatever, what are your problem, right? Maybe I said before, maybe small problems still working better, but whatever. So these days, sometimes how is the mistakes? Mistakes, right? I analyze myself. I don't know what is my problem, Why perfect? I am never angry. I am just maybe okay, maybe you guys angry, you guys problem, but I okay, But if I look myself, what is problem? What need to working on? Okay, Dharma practice, right? So really it's a Dharma practice. Yes, of course, you're reading, meditation, practicing, sure, yeah, maybe Dharma practice. Really Dharma practice is you working on your mind. What a problem first you find? Why I not achieve? Not achieve enlightenment, this too far. Okay.
Why am I not enlightened?
Why I'm not happy, you know? Why? Right? So then, so why not I not diligent, you know? So this something they're going on. So then we look on. So that we have to fix. So first they said, Buddha said, you can, what is the Dungarshe Parchas.
So first, the first noble truth, first you need to know the truth of suffering.
Right? What is problem? So sometimes we disagreements is we don't see this problem, own problem.
We don't see our fault in
So
it.
that's why you fight, okay? Even though somebody you say you are bad. So no, I am perfect, you know. What talking about, you know? They cannot see it. Maybe they thinking this is perfect, right? But we cannot judge you are good, you are bad. We cannot, you know. Maybe Buddha can see, but our ordinary we cannot see. But really you have to analyze. First, even though I cannot see myself either. Okay, right? There's not big problems, right? But really is that this, if you analyze, then you can see. So what is issue? Or really a loving kindness, compassion? First, right? We said here as bodhicitta. Or bodhicitta may be far. But I really compassion or not, you know. I love to person or not. So look, genuine, okay. Superficial, okay. So sincerely look, you know. So then you see, oh, maybe this. So they compare to, you know, the dorgor, dorsa kar dorgor ilamna.
Dor?
Compared.
Aha.
They don't know.
Dor?
무진은 대노치기와 computation 로. 뭐 디셀 때네 그 스랑 샘된 것들은 딱 보고 내가 두개도 sensory 도
So you basically have to investigate, really
Right,
investigate. What's there, you know, is something there or is it not? Like what's really going on?
So I think it's really important. So first we find, right? So for example, okay, this is my problem, okay, right? Maybe that's not enough. Thinking about others. Or maybe, right? So then this the compare to I and you, right?
So you need to compare yourself with others?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so this, I said, okay, I love to others, right? First we said, okay, I love to others. So then you compare to, I love to myself, I love to others.
Oh, like how much do you love yourself versus how much do you really love others?
Or maybe not really love myself, but maybe how much attached to myself and how much love to others. So that's very important, you know, so Dharma practitioners.
Or more like how much am I focused on myself
So
and
we
how
can
much am I focused on
I say
others?
the compassion, love, and these bodhicitta and all sentient beings. We say all the time, public that's not bad, but Many people even don't see anything. But actual practice, right? Put into the practice. So then we analyze, So really enjoyful and happiness comes from. So like I compare, so I attachment myself and or whatever I love to others. So yina yang ngaso samno khaya kama ko wada chag mari sirwa. Yina kheli jik dali henji wa jik ta hansan kabolis. Yina equalize. Da henji da wanda nga ta ko nga chi go do kola chi go do sambelo jikena. That's amazing this hansan.
So there are these practices, when we're cultivating bodhicitta of equalizing self and others or exchanging self and others. So to really be able to exchange self and others is really difficult. It's a very, very high level practice. And even just being able to equalize self and others, like to have as much concern with others as you have for yourself, is an extraordinary accomplishment.
That's called a miracle. Really is. Yeah, really is. So then you have really really strong the foundation in the Dharma practice. Very stable. So otherwise, really this like, okay, we have millions teachings, right? This and that. Sure. But the issue is only one root. Or we get Dharma teachings, or get Dharma side, that's a millions teachings, right? And on practice, maybe there are a million things we can say, but really is only one thing. So self-clinging.
Overcoming self-clinging.
As long as self-clinging, yeah, you can practice meditation or recitation. Probably merit,
There's merit there.
But still, don't know up and down, up and down. So we target the self-clinging. This is not easy. So it is like then the merit, like increasing, the bigger. They said, I think, the elephant nose.
Like the nose of an elephant? Like the trunk of an elephant.
What means? Bigger.
Does an elephant's trunk grows?
Not tongue. But we touch, okay? We stir the nose, right? Whatever. Tiny, right? Then we get bigger.
It's small at the tip and it gets bigger as it goes up to the face.
Then dangzi shou qingbu yu na zong. Then zizing nga ma dao. Tambo zizing nga ma ye kora nga ma la ya tog de wa telen do des. Then ko so na nyong do des ma do des zizing nga ma ten zong do lo. Taran do lo.
From the body to the
From
tail.
body to
Yeah.
the tip. Zizing nga ma ten ko so na te is chong do des.
Kande sonam chungro dogere.
Zizing nga ma na taran do lo.
Ure yene yang de gingo nagare lo yin.
다 당지디 쳔보
Oh, Dogson.
테네 코디 소남 테제 가리마고 가르치나 코디 도도 마토야 히란 도야 마리스.
Whereas if the self-grasping mind is really strong, and then it's like the tail of a mouse, like from the body to the tip, it kind of, the merit just decreases and gets smaller and smaller.
티나, right?
Thinner and thinner. It gets thinner and thinner.
나가서 포커스 지 당믹 도야 나오다 다다 갈래 텔레직 포커스 치나 당기 뭐 와나 이래 테네. 그 소남 테네. 그 란체 주도 나기 당부 중중 열어 봐. 테네 인크리스 란체 보디 가서 치고 대 차는 됐어.
Whereas, it's the opposite example is, when we are working with the mind of self-grasping and continuously causing it to increase, and there's like that commitment in that way to the path, and the closer that we get to realizing the selfless nature, it's like it's progressive, it's an increasing, and it goes together with merit. Then the merit increases as the mind of self-grasping diminishes. The merit becomes like the trunk of an elephant, like starting from the nose and then getting bigger and bigger until you have like the full big body of the elephant.
So that's one. And then 6, right? 6 de la simpian je lo chinche lo the tuba someday to some la gumadabs.
So then we have the 6 is reflecting upon the utterly deluded mind states of sentient beings. Encourage yourself to hear and contemplate, or to hearing and contemplation.
Tanga to simpian la nam to mambo yorwa. Lela wo yormaris, rawa. Tuba pe mambo yores. Ti indu tene that has on doa nambo bade. Chu chibali chitante hako gore sungwa. Tinta tananga so hugore tanga so tambo de kandi chigo ta la ba dangzin do. Jumya tati ko lobjong chigore so tosam chigore is. Ma so tuba pe mambo yoro hansa. Tuba ni tu la do tuba gang mambo yoro. Ti indu tene tindi ke chi nga so yabo ji tosam majina tene ko chenji lo to ya nya ka yore is. Tindi do tosam chigore is.
So as, the delusion of sentient beings, the variation of delusion is endless, the variations of delusion. There are so many ways in which sentient beings experience delusion. And so this is why Gampopa expresses, in essentially like that the Dharma needs to be authentic Dharma. And the way for Dharma to be authentic Dharma is through accurately understanding the Dharma. So first there has to be good understanding there. And that is why it is important to extensively engage in listening and contemplating, because due to the power of delusion, if we practice without much understanding, it's very easy that practice of Dharma can kind of fall into delusion. It itself can become a form of delusion, and can become kind of corrupted Dharma practice. So therefore, it's very important to have extensive study and contemplation. So the meaning is, first we have to really understand how to practice, understand, the way to practice. So then the 7th is reflecting upon the difficulty of leaving behind the habitual tendencies of delusion. Encourage yourself to meditation and accomplishment, or it could be meditation and practice, actually. So, so with self-grasping as the root, we have such thick obscurations of, karmic imprints and afflictive emotions, and so we cannot expect to practice a little bit and like experience, and purify these very thick obscurations. It takes so much, again and again and again and again and again and again. We have to continuously practice, continuously meditate. This is not an easy path. It's not an easy task to purify these very thick karmic imprints and obscurations.
Tene nyingme tunde nyongmongba dowa samde nyembola kumadabs.
So then, reflecting upon the harmful, disturbing emotions in this dark age, encourage yourself to apply the antidotes.
Da tindu ngoto ta zone tamba tanda kong tuba na yire ji perna cha na go dangzi ki nyembwa tene ta nyongba kari na perna hedang la soba tsu ki hedang ki nyembo ta hedang ta tene ngaje ki nyembo la sobe tene chamba ta nyingje la soba ta tene gumya yoro ta ti ji nyembo tela yang ji mambo magomi ina pagi di고 쇼침보 요래 손에 닝미 기tun데라 뇽몽바 때 도와줄 집에다 가서 그 지지고차고 휴요래 손에 뇽모 지고차고 휴요래 근데 인도 다 텔라 빠베가 저다 냠내치야 님보대야 개침보레스.
So especially it is said that in the dark age, or this the time of degeneration which we are currently in, that the afflictive emotions are especially strong, and so the root of these afflictive emotions is the mind of self-grasping, and all of the variations of afflicted mind states based on anger, based on pride, based on jealousy, and so on and so forth. So the antidotes, there are all of the methods that we employ and practice which are the antidotes to those afflictions, such as cultivating love and compassion. And so especially in these degenerate times, it is necessary to really dedicate ourselves to the practice and to apply the antidotes that are needed to pacify the various afflictions.
Okay, so time. Running. So we can stop here. Then if you have some questions or comments, and also discuss what we together dealing the, I don't know, afflictive emotions also.
Afflictive emotions. Yeah.
I have an ongoing problem with my sister, who is, I think the word is ghosting, just no longer talking to you. And what do you do with a person who doesn't want to interact with you? How can you relate to them in this internet age?
Right.
A letter, maybe?
Yeah, this, I think, I don't know, so this really degeneration time is, this happened, I think it never, ever, happened long time ago, so now, but this is more convenient, it's more of technology, and then this, they kind of worse and worse. So
Communication actually is getting worse and worse.
Mm-hmm. So I think one thing is whether talk or not. So this your own mind really love, sincerely
Have love in your own mind.
to sustain, and then kind of sincerely time to time, if you can try to reach. Can reach, that's good. If not, it's good. So your side is kind of clean, sincerely pure. So really we can fix our mind, we can change our mind. So that's also this our responsibility, also our lifelong or temporary the benefit, able to fix our mind. But we cannot change others' mind, and also we try to change that, or shouldn't expecting something change. Okay, should do my sister like that. Maybe should call me,
Just hope for the best, but not attached to an outcome.
Right.
Just continue to hope.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so also I think we talking about comeback, so now this kind of we have a dualistic concept is very thick wall,
A thick wall of dualistic concepts.
Right. So then the people, everything just separation, just they're not connected, even though we're living together, but they're still not connected, even though we see, but really there's no connected, So what we can do, So. And then in loneliness, whatever, then people, because no connected to.
Then there's
each other,
there's loneliness because
then
there's
loneliness
less
come.
connection.
Even though you can see, but because this is in
There's
your mind,
not connection
still
there.
lonely, so not connected to other person. Even though you not much here, but we can see each other, or go to town, market. It's kind of sometimes very strange, Human beings, the animals, each other, your reaction, okay, we can, the dog park, jump out, dog, something, this, try to fight some, this, immediately this, are connected, right? Or good way, bad way, whatever. But human beings don't. Even you see high, but really you are connected or not? I don't think so. Don't connect it. So, I don't know. Okay, so short it came.
Hello, I have a question, if you can hear.
Okay.
Hi, Drupala. So sometimes if we have a very angry or mean or even hateful family member that we have to interact with regularly, I think that can be a bigger test of all these things than, let's say, an angry stranger or someone we may have anger towards, like, let's say, in the political arena that we don't like. So if you have tried, you have to have interaction with a family member and they are being mean and they're saying mean things and they have an explosive temper. And if you are even reliant upon them for some things and they say things like, well, if you don't do what I say, I'm not going to help you anymore. I'm not going to do, my part anymore. How do you deal with that? I've tried reciting mantra. And they just will say, oh, what are you doing, reciting mantra? And I say, yes, I've tried silence. I've tried removing myself. And I've been trying for years. And it's sometimes none of it works. And of course, including them in all prayers.
Really, that is.
Course, Re chik pe control katina langiore mo gare chena yang pinto yomare di tsama tapsi
control langa tali yang jig yoris. Ina di chilo munda yomaris. tukwa hyora yuti.
Yeah, yini yang yapo koma so.
Nasan tukwa hyora ti ta chilo mani ti sindayo maris.
Oh, okay. So he said, first of all, it's like fighting in the family is a little bit different from fighting with outside people.
Ina tsambela nga so te yoris. Chik sewa ta, rewa ta, chik tindi yodi yang tukwa mabu jagris.
So, in fact, often there's more, maybe it because there's love, because there's expectation, there's maybe more fighting in the family.
Ina tis ko deep hita yuji maris.
But it doesn't, but often when there is that fighting in the family, it actually doesn't go that deep.
Tis ta yuji some of those.
It's a little bit better.
I don't know.
Well, that's good to know.
It's, I think a little bit more, like for example, the family maybe more fight, more yelling each other, screaming this and that. But still, inside there is or love or connections. I said it's not like truly separated, Their connections, their loves, their cares, Like for example, if really like outside, you fight, so there maybe, there's this we see, they shoot again, or they try to kill, or there's no connections, no love, no cares, so. But families, of course, better, but I say sometimes hard, maybe long time. So also the long time fight is sometimes difficult, but yes, anyway, maybe that's
Tini
your question,
zuba
but
gom go gare, gare che go gare, morang gare che go gare.
there is not to think control na yere ta lela wo yo mari tina yang chona la ba na yere nga da ya ri tene chi soba gumya ri tene ta ko lende zam no ta ta tenen de wa yo ro tene ta ko chi ni di cha cha wa ri tene te yang ko tene sam tang gres ko tsewa ji pa tang go gres ta to ba ta to ba ja na senden tsewa go gres.
So yeah, your situation isn't easy, but keep doing what you're doing. Like, continue to practice patience, continue to recite mantras, reflect on karma, cause, and effect. Think about the fact that the reason why you're family members is because of karma. And try in your own, even you can't necessarily help or change the other person, but from your own side, try to build your own love.
Thank you, Drupan and Virginia.
Okay, thank you. So now just your dedication. Thank you.
Okay, to the famous page 24. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drakungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Hey, thank you, everyone. So
I think-
in the Zoom and the person.
At the
So
end.
see you
Thank you, everyone.
7 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
Honey, where's my charger?
Right here.
Are my earphones still connected to it?
Your earphones, no. Your earphones went out there.
It isn't too hard for me Saturday.
Well, it's a little bit of a rush. I'd rather go with the cheaper price. At least a 7-day window of getting away. We don't have to change any of the appointments. Then you can decide whether you want to do that.
Hey guys, just in case anyone can hear me, I wanted to let you know you're on a live mic. You might not care, but in case you do.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Turn to page 5 in the prayer book, and we'll begin. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Jodan Soge Jodan La Janja Paradu Dani Kyapsuje Dage Jin Sor Kipe Sonam Ki Gula Pinje Sangye Druparjo. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. To page 7. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offering, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Jaksawadai Chojin Shapada Jesu Yiran Kushin Solwaye Gewa Shunse Dagi Jizalpa Tam Jetope Janchu Jirno. And to page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings. Semje Namki Sampadam Loye Jedra Jitawa Jejon Tomon Te Payi shoki kolo kodu so.
Ransam chugung osong dong zi be zawe la me yao la gu jang zi gong da chong jira dong jian ji gen na de ye long mu la jir wa kong song da ten da dong be chu jian chao ran be ba san ba du wa dong jin de ye gen na mo er ya la ye ge dong do dong da ji chong da da me ye gen na ne do wa gen je da ge che zong ba dam ji ge de da ge chu den dong. Good evening. We can keep going. So I think number 1, right? Number 9. Number 9 tela ta nime ke tunde che ma wala somde soba kumadaps.
So number 9 is reflecting upon the abundance of adverse conditions during this dark age. Encourage yourself to be patient.
Ta kharchin tene nime tuila de tian karmang boyoris.
So there are a lot of adverse circumstances in these degenerate times. No?
Kharchin la wata.
Oh, why? Why are there a lot of adverse circumstances in these degenerate times? Oh, that's a question.
Too much ego. I think it's technology because we have more information now than we did before. We have more influences than we did before. So when everything was rural, we were cut off from some of the bad influences. Technology is good; it brings good influence, but it also brings bad influences. So with the uptake of more
Oh, we should have the microphone. Sorry. Just so the people on Zoom can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another reason is technology.
So I was saying, with the introduction of technology, I saw this great movie this is how I got this information. It's called Sing Me a Song, but the acronym is SMS. And in Bhutan, they had brought technology, and it showed the changes in the culture since the introduction of technology. So I'm thinking like technology and information have made not only good information more accessible, but also adversely, the negative information is also more accessible. And with all these other opinions floating around, whether they be true or false, it gets people all worked up, and then they fight among themselves. So I think that technology and freedom of information, that you can go on the internet and get everything you want. Before we might have been protected in our communities, and now not so much.
Thank you.
Okay. There's another reason.
Everybody, just for everyone to share their thoughts, not like there's a right reason or a wrong reason.
Thank you, Beverly. What are my thoughts about these degenerate times? And why they're extra degenerate? Is that the question?
So the question is,
Oh, okay.
the generation time lang ato soba mambo gongbo re la buyo, soba ikati tan geche mambo yo re la boda, yora mambo yo re la porwa.
So what's the question?
That indeed what la those that thing to chawaro moran kalas.
Dini di penalty galchin mambo di nikdu kala galchin mambo yo pagi jimsen kare yore Dini di hansaya ningdu kala dukcha yimbagi jimsing garayore laya yorwa. Sosogi samso. Yes, that was correct.
Well, speaking a little bit to what Beverly mentioned about technology, something that I've been thinking about for a while is, I don't know if it existed in Tibet, Drupanla, but narcissism seems to be an epidemic. And maybe it's directly correlated to, I don't know, selfies, people really fascinated by their own image. And so to me, it's like, if there's no self, then what's a selfie? And people just seem to spiral down into this narcissistic, look at me all the time.
The guys in the selfie can do about Chirang King Dura, Penaparga do Sosogi, Dongbala Parga Gura. Tene di yangi lugsu rawacha irwa, tene Sosogi par mambo yang de Kasagala Tangiore, tene nga ke chimbogi torwadi, Nunichini da me bare, gi demba. Yena yang de nga sea de gi sorwa shuche adrogi usare.
So you have some ideas?
Peggy has a question.
Well, I was just going to comment on your question, Drupan, and that maybe it's a collective karmic issue along with the karma of Mother Earth right now. Maybe we are seeing a reflection of both of those, that our collective karma adds to these darkened times, and we've not taken very good care of Mother Earth. Maybe that adds to these darkened times. Just my thought.
Okay. Very good. Yes, that's true. Some more thoughts?
Probably
Mike.
Probably the diminishing role of community plays a role.
Yeah, I was just going to feed on that or respond similar to Carrie. Melanie and I were just talking about this in the car, actually, so it's interesting you bring it up. But at least there's many ways to answer the question. You can look at it from a Buddhist perspective, from sociological, economical perspective. But I think Carrie brings up a good point. Like, we're becoming more and more individualized. Like, we live by ourselves in a home. We become separate. Our communities are separate. We have gates up everywhere. So more and more, we focus on the self because we're separated. And so our interests become selfish. And so as Donna was saying, we become more and more focused on ourselves. And then the technology just enhances that more and more and more and more and more until we don't see anything but our own reflection. Just more suffering.
Which the algorithms are actually like targeting, targeted feeds and whatnot, so that you really are literally seeing your own, yeah.
Hello, speaking in terms of technology, there is this app you can use, and a lot of these websites do use this app where they can plug in a picture of anybody and it can give them a description of what they location one, and I've tried this before. Some of the locations are exact, and then they will make a breakdown of how the person appears. Like, this appears to be a middle-aged woman. She is wearing glasses. She's here in Florida, and these may be her likes and her dislikes. And then this is what we should target her with in terms of social media and things like that, in terms of potential selling. So I think, again, it has a lot to do with technology and self-absorption and living in the modern age and all the things we've done to Mother Earth.
All right. Yeah, so thank you. Yes, that's true. So, yeah, I was in the Singapore and
In
New
Singapore.
Year, country, New Year, right? New Year night. So,
It was the New Year for people in Singapore.
yeah, this countdown, whatever this, waiting for the firework, right? New Year. So.
Oh, it was actually a regular New Year. Yeah.
So, yeah, Dana said that's true. So this interesting. Normally we do like some special celebration or different area. We take the pictures, you know, or people or buildings, but mostly it's just take themselves.
I think so. You were noticing in the celebrations, most people were taking pictures of themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thinking out of the Rawaji Paris, out of this, the that concept dualistic scenario ko yinare ta to yingme ko ji. Karsang out of Kanta yang the technology Kanta ji teaching to a block by Hansan, but much worse than. Border wall.
Much worse than what? Oh, yeah. Okay.
In the border wall, the Tadum was part of Roto Gorigi, get a cheat water. In Tangaton, in the Tadum cheat to Midoa, Yatangi Laviba, not so magic yam to Yunayang, Denny, connect Yomarwa, particular Tandazam of Vinata. This Yalavina, Pamada Punicola con Deva Yomarwa, Casco technology model, Yomarwa. Or Tinita released the Tanga to some time aware of what he had in that. One hand is maybe no choice, no Charlie or
Yeah. So it's really enhanced. It is absolutely, you know, there are all of these reasons why we, you know, the degenerate times are periods of degeneration, but especially all these points that people are making about technology, that it's like really blocking, well, first of all, connection. It's like worse than the border walls, he said. And that, you know, if, you know, people can still kind of connect with each other across borders, right? Or and through the wall, maybe. But with technology and smartphones, people live together, but they're very separated because of these devices, so that even, you know, parents and children these days, you know, often parents have no idea what's really going on with their children. The children are totally non-communicative with the parents because, and both are just completely glued to their devices. And so there isn't human-to-human connection happening. It's less and less. And so we have to be really aware, he said. And on the one hand, we have no choice.
That things aren't the young doa. The Kapar the Kandida Chimbuchi Yorwa. Sometimes game of Hudo, interesting person. Namduna Latini, the luggage Hago. In Tadum Pomjik, Kapar Lapele Yorwa. Then he has a little more of a Jaya Lape. In a Tadum for no matter the Hatu Yomarwako, the
So, you know, it's really amazing how important the smartphone has become to people. That even when you see people boarding a plane and they're putting their luggage, and he said, we put our luggage up but we have our phone in our hand, and it's like kind of cumbersome, like you can't like put the luggage easily with the phone in the hand, but the phone is so important that is like not an option to not have the phone on you in your hand, like no matter what.
Right, so amazing, right? So maybe we can, someone or government, something regulated, given the millions dollars, but impossible, these kind of regulation. But I don't know, they naturally comes. So, tieni da tanda di tieni sarta zo nge ki tangi di geche labya da zo tiri da di nang ko according to the tax ni me tun de la geche ma sa da tanda pom la so ba da diga no yi da nga zo geche pe mang bo wa then a long time ago ina ben mo nga zo mota da na kong ro sa bi yore enjoy ya yore in da zo la tanda ben nga zo mota da ro na kong ro ka se sa bi yore wa wa da teso indi da tindi ji yodu
Long time ago, got a motor yomarwa.
Yomarwa. Tiendita tandangato kareina, tine soba gumiate kechembore hazonita, soba mibina tine, matum zenanta, gangendo jekjilbe. Tati karsena tanda zo kare poms zorwa technology. Tine ngato zane korambe. Tuzu yun mevana ojikbe, sogiorwa. Pressure. Pressure yona, tine ngato di 다 로로 용고 말아 봐. 근데 공로사야 용바 칸이나 지야래로 용거 봐. 어다 딘리게 까올라 당가서 근데 소바곰 그래 좀다 디디 this is what is the 10th century, right? But probably now much
think
worse
about
than
that,
these
yeah.
days, right? So that time maybe there are issues too.
So these, according to the text, it's talking about, the degenerate times, which were degenerate even then, prior to the phone, their smartphone. So now we have, even more adverse conditions to reckon with during these degenerate times. Yeah, especially, as you mentioned, perhaps even the biggest one being this addiction to technology and cars and, how many, how much stress and anger is produced, just driving the car. That's not something, people didn't travel at those velocities in the past. It didn't create, there wasn't the same degree of stress and different conditions that cause one to give rise to anger. So it's more important than ever to practice patience, to really be committed to practicing patience, and meditation. Also very important to continue our practice of meditation, and also to make sure that we create space, we create time, because part of what is happening with technology and the smartphone culture is that we don't have any time. We're always pressed for time. So much time gets wasted with these devices, and then there's like a deficit. We feel like we don't have enough time, and so things aren't relaxed, and there's so much pressure, and then it causes affliction because of the stress of feeling like you don't have enough time. You become angry more easily. There's more irritation and anger, and so it's so important to practice patience. And, during the time when, during Gampopa's time, it was that this was considered still degenerate times, even then, in the 10th century or 11th century, but now even more so. So when His Holiness Drikung Kyabun Chetson Rinpoche gave the Damngagzo, this was done over a period of 2.5 months. He gave these transmissions and empowerments. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Thank you for that clear message.
That's good technology. Okay, maybe I can use this one, maybe easier. I can move this with this. Make.
Oh, the mouth one. Mm-hmm.
Maybe this no better.
Is there another one up there? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have batteries.
Okay, yes.
Oh, okay.
That in the also katan that jamon bocheke damngan zo kablatene that dek senare gekoke daya zo di kapar kingdom do daya tres.
So there was the disciplinarian. He was a fantastic disciplinarian. He was very interesting to watch. And he was, what he was most interested in was, like, of course, the biggest issue was people on their phones. So he was really, it was like every moment he was catching someone on their phone.
이내야다 거디 베미슬 홀로 차요레스 가서다 폼데 따요 마레스 이내야다 디나네 다탄다 폼데 카르세나 가서 디스트랙션 비가스 오니 시장 원은 뭐지 그 왕낭그 요레 롱낭그 요레 테네 다 텔레 양코 텔레 다동치 폼데 따야라 디스 케chen 보인 바로지 제대로 요르와
And so, and because also one of the rules was not to have your phone there. So actually, for those of us for whom it was, we sometimes didn't even have the phone. And it was, really nice to have the ability to just like 100% focus on His Holiness as he was giving empowerments, he was giving transmissions. But the interesting thing is that even, often and for many, even though like there was nothing more important than His Holiness giving transmission or empowerment, it still was an issue, for people to not look at their phones. Yeah, people were still looking. But because also it was so inspiring and people were, everyone was so happy and felt so blessed to be in this, to have this opportunity. Eventually, there was less of that, or towards the end.
No,
all right, yeah.
Tineko pomdo ina da ko musi tagiyona chawe ke tagiyona lame tagiyona kembo tagiyona turku tagiyona mechapu westerner tagiyona sui da ko pomde.
And the gecko treated everyone the same, like with the and it was like universal, like it wasn't like some, whether they were monks, whether they were nuns, whether they were tokus, whether they were kempos, whether they were trupans, whether they were Western people, coming to the teachings from far away. It was like, kind of universal, and the gecko sort of treated it all the same. It wasn't like he only scolded some and not others.
Yeah, people really kind of, also maybe they afraid, I don't know, so. like I almost just laughing. So one, I think, Chinese lady, she just looked at, palm, I think, like this, maybe. And then the gecko come behind her. So he said, just push like this, He, and then, like almost more than a minute, he never moved. He thinking maybe he's dead. But he moved like really far away, but kind of he just like this, maybe more than 1 minute. So interesting, so yeah. Okay, so. Oda tendi doa tere, tendi da tamadi, da paring zuring, yingma lam la metze tongzi de songwa la samde zundu yang kumadabs.
So then the last line for this section, reflecting upon the ease with which one can squander away this life and distraction, wandering here and there, encourage yourself to be diligent. So our biggest obstacle or greatest enemy in this case is the phone.
Yang kece lab ne tene tila yang zoya me jondo jik chagi yorwa. Oda tendi tila yindu yang jik temba dang hi ki zi simba dang tene yang jik chuchi ala zondu chi gores labu yisari.
And so, as it says, wandering here and there, there are so many ways that we can get lost in diversions and sort of fritter our time away with like kind of meaningless conversations, idle chatter, we, before we know it, we've wasted so much time, so much has been wasted in states of distraction. Where we haven't had mindfulness, the presence of mindfulness or awareness.
Okay, so now next one. Dan churwa juice labdo da. Churwa dan churwa mewa chaya la kari yores na. Ju yores da dina ne teba chung la hirap che na kahi jentun churwa yins. Teba che la hirap chung na dukse ate sun churwa yins. Ningru che la damga me na jongtang kursa lan churwa yins. Ngo tu to sam je dondok ma chi na gom mumba jenjik dun churwa yins. Koto soma la nyamlen ma ji na trepu chuju jentu ken dun churwa yins. Tap ningje chenpo la lo ma jang na lam tekpa memba lan churwa yins. Herab tongpa ni la lo ma jang na ji jing kurwe lam dun churwa yins. Jikten chuji jing go ma nyom na ji jing jikten je jen dun churwa yins. Chongbe je wo tendu ma na mena ke ngo song churwa yins.
So then next we have the list of the...
Yonten tang nuntu che na lo meten wa mena ke tongchok dun churwa yins.
So we have the list of 10 ways to go astray. So first, when your faith is feeble, but your intelligence is sharp, you can stray into being a propagator of platitudes. When your faith is strong, but your intelligence weak, you can stray into close-minded stubbornness. When your perseverance is great, but you lack the oral instructions, you can stray into mistakes and pitfalls. When you don't first dispel misconceptions through hearing and contemplation, your meditation can stray into being a source of ignorance. When you don't bring a fresh understanding into the realm of experience, you can stray into being an insensitive spiritual expert. When you don't train your mind in great compassion, the method aspect, your path can stray into that of lesser vehicles. When you don't train your mind in emptiness, the wisdom aspect, whatever you do, can stray into the ways of samsara. When you don't equalize the 8 worldly concerns, whatever you do can stray into embellishing worldly life. When you receive a great deal of respect from townspeople, you can stray into ingratiating yourself with the public. When your knowledge and powers are significant but your mind is unstable, you can stray into becoming a performer of rituals for townspeople. So
this
maybe
is
some different ways to translate some of these too. There are probably some alternative ways that some of these could be translated.
looks good. Everything looks good. So how is that easy to understand or no? Okay.
Gari kongso driwa che yuna kechu tu go gre te bi ko.
That is 다 또 다 제신 하고 있어라. 이나다티 대바 총라 혈압 체나서 드네 딱 카예야 카라야 대가 너 양고 나자제야 추 드네 용구요래 있으라고 있어라.
So here, maybe closer to the Tibetan would be to say, so when your faith is feeble but your intelligence is sharp, you, what is the word we use?
Pride.
But there's a word we use, right? That's like somebody who pontificates. That's the word. You can become one who just pontificates. And Drupan's point is then the Dharma becomes something that just kind of supports your pride. It just increases your pride.
That 인도 다 단다디 니파당 다 somban다고 인사래 되네 대바체라 혈압 충나 독체 아테스 주가 인다 저거 단계 가서 그 휴바나 이래 양다 주치야라 양고 제당지 하고 그러와 다 저지 티인도 되네 당보 제당 텔라지 혈압 그디 생고요레스.
And then it says, when your faith is strong but your intelligence is weak, you can stray into closed-minded stubbornness. So
우리다 대바체나 서와 대바체나 혈압 총나 라고도 다 독체 아테스 주로와이 라도 있다 고직배 고랑고랑게 혈압 충도 이나야다 통다한테 갈라고 그러죠. 단기라 임바. 맞죠. 추냠내 치야라 다 치당지 하고 그러와. 되게 혈압지 요나. 되네 추치와 존주 점하고 왔더라. 되네 고초보 용거레스. 다 치당으로 지금 마신 빼깔레로 잡나 되네. 양 건드려 혈압 통통 말와. 오다 된다고 있어라.
So this kind of goes hand in hand what has already been stated about how important it is to understand the Dharma first. You know, in order to really put the Dharma into practice, we have to really understand how to practice. And you know, with wisdom, with real wisdom and understanding, if that wisdom is not there, if that study and reflection is not there, and there's a lot of faith, then one might be really diligent, but it doesn't end up being so beneficial. Ultimately, one can really strive and strive, but without accurate understanding, and so therefore there isn't any real like result or fruit of your practice. And so in that case, then it is important to attend to cultivating wisdom and understanding.
I think this is similarly though. Niru chewala damga me na yang, jongtang korsala kyungen yos. Tiga na ye yang, hibatel ngudu tosam ji rodo machi na, tene ta gom mumba rao chagre so that is oma. Chu chewala chidang ha kogre no ta labu sare.
So the third line is actually quite similar, very related. When your perseverance is great, but you lack the oral instructions, you can stray into mistakes and pitfalls. So again, the emphasis is on the importance of really listening and contemplating to understand the practice and to not just engage in meditation without a strong foundation of understanding.
Tini ngawadri, da ngawade koto somada nyamle, koto somala nyamle majina zona da koto senari kowa dang, da kazanga zo nyam se adowa, tini nyam dang, kowa dang, tini nyam dang, da kanda jik da tokwa se ya. Teso ji jiungbi kaula da teso jieba dile karsina nyamlen chi yorwa. Nyamlen ji chi ne da bena kowanro toguyo na tene chu jan hakogro te chiba tegarang tene da jun tu ne nyamlen chi gore so te nyamlen chi wi na tene nyam sharguyo na ti nyam da kong doya. Tene da kanda nyamlen ina konton dhogruwa. Oda tindi jing majiwi ina, tine yang tepo zi, tine jing nga zote chu koranji ha ko dewe sonderwa. Ina yang chu lalen mewan ro chanu gres.
So then the next one is, when you don't first dispel misconceptions through hearing and contemplation, your meditation can stray into being a source of ignorance. So
Lambanga warwe.
ngapa marewa?
Ana.
Jipa.
Hiba da ndawodo karsena tangi tijik wara tosam ke dodo machi na. Gom mumba tang changdo gure zirida jikpare la imba pena nipa tang sumba tang hiba tang da honda win sarwa.
So these three are very similar. So fourth, it's pretty much saying the same thing here. The importance, putting the emphasis or the importance on hearing and contemplation as the foundation for meditation. Otherwise, the meditation can actually stray into becoming a source of ignorance. And then actually, he went into already, he explained what the fifth line is, which is when you don't bring a fresh understanding into the realm of experience, you can stray into being an insensitive spiritual expert. So di yang kare de chirang yang lapa de kong de sakare na chu koto pena o nga denda de pena nga ja chumbo chin rawo ki dunda marebe.
Koto somala sina sarwano la warwa koto rasona. I don't know what the English said. Koto da chu koto roji lep sona.
It looks like it. What is the alternative? I'm curious what the alternative says.
It uses the same term, fresh understanding, but I can read it for you. If fresh understanding is not applied in practice, that is the deviation of becoming a jaded Dharma expert. So rather than using insensitive, they use the term jaded, but they use fresh understanding.
And Dharma
well.
expert.
Dharma expert is the same.
Yeah. Dawodo. Chikchina inayang de chirang lapa kare lapa ina chira yapoko.
Rita chu koto dawodo sina kala. Chu koto jena sreve. 코하코나 조하코나 드네 다 코바텔라 냠네 치고레 스로와 계시 대치 마토나 드네 다 맞아 추티 라고 추티 드네 추 그때네 하 코반도 오직라 드네 코 강에 맞이 와 차노 그래스 텔라고 추디 코코라고 추디 코코스
So essentially, what is like being said here is that if there's like understanding, some level of understanding that has arisen, but then
리타텔라 임바 추데스 하코네 냠나 치고레스 동마다
Chudi hakone nyamlin chego.
마메 하코와 대가랑 하코위 거와 코도 찔렙 거와 텐리 잠도 냠나 치고레스
So the meaning is like whatever your understanding has been from the Dharma, that's what should be practiced.
If not,
And if not,
테네 다 가야 고 하코와로 주 하코위 거와 이네요 고 테네 고대 주책 말했어. 계속 하다 고기 거래 주책 말했어. 주책 말해라. 다 계속 주만테나 되네. 계속 주 맞이 차나. 될라고도 와. 빼지 거래. 추디 고고 추 금메두스. 하나 지발이 돼. 있어다 추디. 당부 추하고 고 냠래 맞이나 되네. 뭐지 고추 지당하다 고 하고 그러와. 이나 고추 지기 요마로. 근데 가서 주치 라베 요마로 라는 팬 요마로 고 하고 그러와. 이나 고추 지기 요마로.
so chu hakona yinayam nyamne machina chirang hakowa di nyamne machina tene.
근데 추디 세야지 차도 추디.
Chudi hakomaso.
추디 세나트네 다 주마지 괜찮아 그랬어.
So if you don't practice what you understand, then it becomes like empty concept or meaningless concepts, kind of. No.
몇년 됐어 말이야. 주 동나 지금 말이야. 주 지금 말이야.
Then
주치 라톡 말이야. 주 맞인 괜찮라. 고추 지금이나 주라 팽요 요래 데데 데파 요래 람나테네 고 녀eng거와. 오 리리테 고 하고 그러와.
okay.
이네 고 하고 사요. 라베 요 마다 고 람나 지금 말이야. 고 하고 요와. 당번 하고 사버리.
김상이 레파타타 야보면도 구치랑 인지켈라 로나가 눈에 상마데 믹스업로 자기로 chang injikela ro nang dininga ro pa chegi.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this if we understanding dharma, right? So then have to practice. But if even the understanding, if you not continuation, not practice, then we call like I don't know, gokpo means not willing to practice, but the understanding dharma, right? So if somebody don't know dharma, then we can teach them, or this is virtues, the non-virtues, or do this, that. They can listening, they can change. But if some sort of like not really believe, but really kind of not willing to dharma practice, even they know. So because if that situation comes, then we cannot teach the dharma. He knows, okay, don't do this dharma, this wrong, this right, but careless. Because he knows, but they don't practice. So we call these two things, chudi gopo chu mitis, tindi chupaona, ngaso chu lamna pengi mares labrowa, tindi metela.
So there's a certain term that refers to this type of person, and if you teach the Dharma, even if you try to help them with Dharma, there's no benefit.
Not work.
It doesn't work.
And also the leather, not leather, the yak skin, the yak skin so we usually this sort of like yak skin, and then they put in the butter in the yak skin. So this the skin is they dry. Then later on we try to use kind of the yak skin is very dry, very hard.
It can't be shaped into
Right.
something.
So we can put the butter, but cannot salt. Because before inside, he can eat dry with the butter, right?
It's already dry.
So normally, like, we put the butter, some things, other leather or an animal skin, we put the butter, it becomes soft. Or this skin, even though you put in the water, but still cannot soft, it's still hard. So same way is this, I don't know, this dharma is difficult, but so if you know the dharma, basically, if not practice, then one day it's really hard, the rock. So never change. Somebody teach dharma, but there's no change. I think that's kind of hard. Tene tap ningje chembola lo majana lam tikpa membala churwa yinsa.
So the next one is when you don't train your mind in great compassion, the method aspect, your path can stray into that of the lesser vehicles.
Ta ti indu nga so di ta samno tango gure ta dangi mam hyurewa nga so ningje se ya kandides. Ti indu tene ta nga so ningje de pe za chenbo re song re. Ti indu ta je ta nga so tikpa chenbo tang tikpa memba se ya ji yorwa. Ti nyebo de ko ta cheba de kari yo na tene ko ji tikpa memba ndawo ji yimi na tene 다동 코랑 람가 강지 랩고 요스 람가 티가 랩토 요 말에 손에
가리기람가
벤나 창조 셈비 람도지 랩고 그러와 어딘다 멤버라 코송 랍디 멤버 추치기 요리 도바잠바 곰바 치기 요리 디나야 그 내가 그 키폰도데 요 말에스 카르세나티 소 카르세나 참닝제 창조 셈바세야디 그 카르세나다 당믹 도바 말말 당지 투야 나미 바 도야라와 어티 게 테네 티 미비나 테네 택바 멤버 거 두수 링본다 오지 계시 토바지 곰바지 다 같이 집이나요 코 가르나 거지 타겟 도데 셈토요 말이스 다 멤버 또토요 말이스 당지
다 멤버 도기요라 데 테스트 so the compassion is like the most kind of precious quality, and what really, then compassion, love, compassion, and bodhicitta is, and bodhicitta in particular, is what then distinguishes the greater vehicle from the lesser vehicle. So if one isn't actively cultivating love, compassion, and bodhicitta, then it's possible that their practice then strays into that of the lesser vehicle, which then is not, still can be filled with the dharma of hearing, contemplation, and meditation, but doesn't enter into the path of the bodhisattva because one is missing the key point being the direct antidote to the mind of self-grasping, that which really destroys the mind of self-grasping, which is love and compassion. And then it can take a really, really long time. It causes the process to go slower because there's this, like, the target is being missed, essentially.
어다게 다공라 야더와 창조 셈 요비나 tene 탑 닝게 침부 요비나 tene 돈이 닝게 닝보제 숭도와 tene 줄 제그 요서와
And so, as was mentioned yesterday, also, you know, the definition by Khenpo Rinpoche, what bodhicitta actually is that realization of emptiness suffused with great compassion.
다 대가나 얘기다 대송구도와 제당 다 뭐라 나고 맞아 샘 놈몽바 다 왕도 조르세나리 다 희네 다 상동기야 템바토 없어야지 칸리지리 센나 샘 땅도 향도 용고 그래 라고도와 이나 샘 땅도 향도 세야디 양타바지 용월 지월라 맞아 지 곰잡네 베다 남도 매와 디 토바테 인터뷰에서 말해 디 인도 가르스나 디기 다 자와노 샘 땅도 향도 그 지투비하게 자와디 당지게 다든 좀 바테 마예비나 되네 샘 땅도 향도 토고 말했어 다고 샘디스 네기리디 이내야고 라운드오지 톱토고 말와 어때 라운드 톱버치월라 되네 다 당지 해고 그러와 다 당지 해버치월라 거다 닝제 돈이 닝제 니스메와데 지 돈마토이나 다 나든지 바테 해토고여서 말와
So, also in connection with this, so to really counteract the afflictive emotions and at the root, the mind of self-grasping, then we have to really cultivate love, compassion, and bodhicitta. And not only that, but to actually be capable of generating some real meditative absorption, both in the context of calm abiding and insight. And Khenpo Rinpoche also talked about, you know, what, for instance, achieving meditative concentration, what kind of the peak of shamatha realization is, in that you can place the mind where you want to place it, you can direct it where you wish to direct it, leave it where you wish to leave it, withdraw it when you wish to withdraw it, and have it remain with stability where you place it for as long as you intend to leave it there. But in order to really be able to achieve this, also there has to be like the love and compassion is one of the causes that enables one to develop states of meditative concentration. Otherwise, the self-grasping is too strong. So there's still this kind of preoccupation around the self that is causing the movement of the mind, and the mind can't really remain stably for very long in meditative concentration. So there might be some periods of that are without discursive thought, but to really kind of achieve states of meditative absorption or profound states of meditative concentration, it is also necessary to have, the cultivation of love and compassion are part of this, because that dissolves the self-grasping mind and allows for one to enter into meditative absorption. It allows one to achieve that independence or control of the mind.
So the next one, that here up on Banila, Lo Majana, Jijin Korea Kalam, and Churway is on that in the Chutamji ko ta Rangi. 동반이 현고래서 다때 마히미나 양아 저지 락파 베네게와 락파 메게와 락파 대가랑도 치비나 로마장나 되네다 코르베 그야 코르디그레스
So when you train your mind in emptiness, the wisdom aspect, whatever you do, when you don't train your mind in the wisdom and the emptiness, the wisdom aspect, whatever you do can stray into the ways of samsara. So this is indicating the importance of cultivating wisdom, and then without that, even engaging in Dharma or engaging in virtue, even engaging in one's own, didn't gewa rakpa, mi gewa rakpa garai?
답변은 가서디 돈이 또 맞았나? 되네. 개와도 요래 좀 개와라 가서 주치 요라페나 주소야로 다 소남소야로 더더 속으로. 다 들리도 지네 티케 고주테 가르차비 올라비나 되네 제 토리제 알아서 받아 들리제랑 코바랑 코데기요 서와.
Okay. So even though you might apply yourself in the practice of virtue, you might practice Dharma, but it still remains like a course level virtue that is an accumulation of merit, but it leads to higher states in samsara, like rebirth in the higher realms, and it can result in temporary happiness, but it doesn't end up going towards liberation and awakening.
지네단 직텐 추진 고만이 없나 지진 직텐도 그래. 손에 다 가서 대하고 있어와.
So then the next one is when you don't equalize the 8 worldly concerns, whatever you do can stray into embellishing worldly life.
That cares 8 worldly the cares.
So question, what are the 8 worldly concerns? Praise and blame is one. Pleasure and pain. Gain and loss.
Fame and disgrace.
Fame and...
What? Sounds
like fame and disrepute, yeah.
Yeah, not me. Okay, that's good.
So that's all of them, yeah.
That thing also, that I not only I think 800 years ago.
But there aren't just 8; there are hundreds.
That thing that two June to Yamna Chigo Sarawa. Manyawa roji Kovi natene, Manyawate, Manziwa, Rawa. Tene Nyamboji Yuvi Naya, Kotela Machawaja Yunatene, Koti Ela Chomandova, Kochiwoji Yusara. Pena Manyawa, what Yanta Manyawa, Magic Chona Dubola Guyona. Yamana Chona Magic Press, Doctor Bodo Labo. But the teeny body, Choji did Tagi Contua now, the Chadank. The Koran Lambo, Chisapachi, Jig Down Chigua. Tin it up biggest issue no Oji. Tin Chan Grace.
Biggest issue, Charlie.
Ta Yoda Sama, problem Sama, Chagua.
So it is so important to make this a continuous part of your practice so that there is not grasping, to like all of the sets of the 8 worldly concerns, the favorable, the pleasant one, or the favorable, sort of worldly favorable concern, and reject the unfavorable one. Because so many problems, all of our problems really arise from this. So for instance, praise and blame. If somebody says, nice things about us, we like it. If they say negative things about us, we don't like it. But if we can equalize these two, so really they're of an equal flavor, and it really doesn't matter to us either way, it doesn't affect us, then this is really kind of what our goals should be in practicing with this, because otherwise the attachment and a mind of attachment and aversion, it doesn't change. And then this becomes like our biggest problem. NGK lap choga de da thanga khale khadi yorwa.
So also this, we have this Ndigungaji, you know, within the Ndigungaji communities, you know, so sometimes we thinking, oh, holiness is doing wrong, you know. So which means, so holiness sometimes see the jinda chenpo thona, tene kong shira tika xia xia garwa, tindi ganang chi chorang be jinda za chenpo re lab go marwa.
So like for instance, if there's like a really big benefactor who comes to visit him, he doesn't really like pay that much attention. You know, he's not like especially kind of effusive or, oh, you're very good and you know, how wonderful, thank you so much, or rebe. Yeah. So he just is, it might seem kind of indifferent.
Tene yang korang so matis ngato sangha ta ko ngoma jangon mo chone ngohi ba tene yorwa. Sa ngema tene ko janda juyo mare be kha phuya yo mare. yin teso nyam de yang o ta nge ngato tene sa han lan ro go jangon ko ne ke sa han thigirwa.
Chamgon Rinpoche wrong.
And
then on the other hand, like maybe there's someone, you know, like a Sangha member that he has known for a while, but they don't really have very much.
Ago, you know.
Has known for, what's that? A long time ago. And they don't have much money, but then he'll like invite them to lunch. His Holiness will invite them to a meal. And then some people will criticize that and be like, why is he doing that? You know. Really, he should go, you know, with the benefactor and like, you know. But it's really actually so wonderful because it shows his lack of attachment, you know, that he doesn't favor, you know, one over the other because he gets something in return, or that, you know, there isn't, it really shows that he isn't influenced by the worldly concerns. So then the next one is, when you receive a great deal of respect from townspeople, you can stray into ingratiating yourself with the public.
Matuzolo te pena chacha no kunga jinda atonso kunga ya bo chigido kola ngozong kola rok ti nyamdo ropando pa nyambati tini chidina tini ta mena na khodegres.
And so this is very, very similar to the one above, which is that, you know, if, for instance, one, you know, really receives too much of the kind of favorable worldly concerns, then it can really become like a trap, because then one just sort of falls into trying to please others, and it ends up becoming something that feeds attachment in the ego. And so, you know, for instance, you have benefactors, and, you know, then you are trying to repay their kindness, but then it becomes actually, you know, that there's, you know, more of, you know, oh, this feeling, you know, recognition and praise and so forth just are increased as a result.
Right, so not a kind of end, you know. So.
And there's no end to it.
Da yonten tang Nundu Chewala, Lo Metemba, Manaka Tonchon Canto, Churwayins.
So then the next one is when your knowledge and powers are significant, but your mind is unstable, you can stray into becoming a performer of rituals for townspeople.
Yeah, I know. So this is what I don't know what they say.
Let's see.
Yonten tam Nundu Chewala, Lo Metena.
Ti buye la shigmandu eh?
Yeah,
Or
Yonten
indicator.
tam Nundu Chewala, Lo Metena, Manaka Chon Canto, Churwayins. Yonten tam Nundu La.
Odila yang Garci pena de nupa dang de kare yonten dang nupa chimbo yona
Majigla Yona.
mechigla yona yini yang sim tempo mena tini pena de memang la yang ngunshi tenya dang pena de mixel gi choga dawo chego samba chikbo yorwa de yingwa dawo chage yoro
I don't know. Lo Metemba, Sina Karina.
lo metemba
Kotembo Mevada in
se lo mare sim tempo mena de nuba dang yunten yore yini ang sim tempo yu marwa de sim tempo mena de ne pena de dor dupa de jiktin chuji wangla shorgirwa
Rita same, I don't know the same tempo meva, but ina yanta karsena ko tele chana rawa. Tiki chik lo do ngala yonten yu zamba, I don't know this not same tempo. Ina ngala nuntu yu do zam ti nuntu tela tene me khambala tene tenas. Tene ko da ko me tsame tene ko kuyap chigre ko ngo he yore ko yonten yore la tene tene ko da tene tene me tsamala mo shun da mda che tene tu to che.
So this is actually also very similar. So even if you have qualities, you know, your knowledge and maybe some special powers, but and Druban La was saying, you know, he's not sure why it says, but your mind is unstable. But in any case, if there's a kind of attachment to, you know, these and worldly concerns, then you can easily stray into just trying to impress others, you know, with these qualities, with these powers, and essentially fall victim to the worldly concerns.
Okay, so first, I think we can a little bit meditate. That tangi thing also cheek utila yabore and or some yorwa in that and that thing also ninji jayat these gungins. Maybe we read the one time.
So, you know, what he started off teaching today that was in connection with our meditation, it was appreciating the qualities of the place, of the space, the blessings, and really having like a pure perception of the place. So now we'll read through the same thing, but we can focus our meditation on compassion, generating a mind of love and compassion.
Okay, so we opening meditation. So we read together.
I don't know where my...
Yeah, little bit.
Oh, they lost them. When we enter the sacred space of the meditation hall, we can take a moment to reflect on our motivation. Feeling that we have just stepped into a holy place, we can leave our ordinary concerns and worldly troubles at the door. In doing so, we can then happily summon a pure intention, thinking just as I wish for happiness and well-being for myself, may all beings be happy. When an expansive feeling of love arises in your heart, you can then meditate on yourself appearing as the meditational deity that is most familiar and accessible to you, or that which is your chosen yidam. If you don't have one, you can meditate on yourself as Chenrezig. Then you can bring your attention to your heart center and visualize Vajradhara abiding there, blue with all the ornaments and silken garments, indivisible in essence from your own root guru and Lord Jigdan Sumgan. He is also the true nature of your own intrinsic awareness, the indivisible union of clarity and emptiness. Resting in that very nature, you can meditate for a time, or you can choose whatever style of meditation is most comfortable or effective for you. You can rest your attention on a single object, such as the breath, or you can simply sustain undistracted, vivid awareness.
다 땡긴가 저지 닝지에서야 코랑소 청소 곰나 닝지 간리지 참바 닝지 간리지 고주고요나더니 간마 주주고면 인스.
So you can practice in whatever way helps you to summon feelings of love and compassion, and kind of contemplating in such a way that gets that to arise for you. Then you can rest for some time, having given rise to those states of love and compassion. So we'll meditate for 10 minutes.
Tenete also Ningye. Ta gomro tangene ni la imba chi chung chung do ji. Ya gomgure slav yorwa.
Chung chung.
Bena chung chung do ji gomgure. Ti ni ta chung chung le ka chi to ban do ro. Bena ngarang do ina ta tendi sam tang go ro. Bena ngata nga mota tang be ka la. Bena ta kawaii na nga kongro sagi me sambando chi. Chitanga to test telabudwa. That the kitchen was shooting. Chisoso terry domba no chancho sang domba samanga domba labudwa. Domba say atela ko tamja jikerawa the chigi me sayaji. Te yona tene ta kote tamja yubi jumsen tela dene tene so chito gurwa. Tamadota karine tamja mina so chito gumarwa. Ti tamja te karsena benata nga ti lela orowa. Oda nga kesi mota tambe kabla mehian la kondo sagi me sambeke tamja ro is.
So then you can carry compassion into your life first in a small way. So like something that is feasible. So like making a commitment around compassion that's maybe a little, not something too huge. So for instance, like maybe when I'm driving, I'm not going to get angry, like no matter what happens, really not deciding, making a specific kind of commitment to yourself. We have the 3 levels of vows, right? Like the vows of individual liberation, the bodhisattva vows, and the vows of secret mantra. And they're vows because they are commitments that we make. So in order to really be able to achieve something, often it takes a commitment, an intentional commitment, a vow of some sort. So for instance, in this case, try something sort of easy that you can probably, you might have to stretch a little bit, but you can probably uphold it.
Tiga na yita tende ndo je gomthobi na kongro maya ya gomthobi kabla ta nga so di mota tang be kabla surba lebgris monga hin jobondo yore nga he hang chi yore tene mamboji yores inate nga so ka thu marwa.
And so this, car driving is a good kind of example of other areas. Like for instance, when we drive, like some people are going really fast, some people are cutting us off, some people are honking, and we can't stop that. We can't do anything to change those outer circumstances.
Ta ti indu ta nga kongro sagi mens ta tamja ya yoro.
But so in the midst of that, we can be like, I'm not going to get angry. And that's our commitment.
That commitment, you not stable ina. Then meje ke ta na surbaji ko ta mora dubo tan so karo chi so sambe lo da nga so jegres.
And it doesn't mean that we won't think, if someone cuts us off or they're driving kind of great, it's not like we won't think like, oh, they're behaving badly or they're driving poorly. That thought will still arise.
Ti indu ta ti ke karapeng yorsena ta nga so katsang karsena bena sanga ke dombe na la karsena nyomo ba lamdo cher songdo wa. Oh ta ti indu ti lamde karche oh hyata ko jejina kona nyanga yosare sro kona nyanga yosare kona higimendo hyata sabyan ro da yang 참는 o hyata ko tiwa yosai tiwa yorwa 뭔가 ko leka tu yosamare tene ta ko let cher yosare ndo sam 되네 고 카면도 고 샤자로 되네 가서 닝진로 되네 제야 다기 지고 살아서.
But we can change the way we relate to it. So, like, in according to our vows of secret mantra, we bring the afflictive emotions onto the path. According to the vows of bodhicitta, we transform them. So, for instance, we can think when somebody is driving that way, we can, instead of becoming angry, we can think about them and think, oh, poor guy, he's really putting himself in danger. That's really dangerous. And instead there arises like a sense of concern, for the other person. Or how sad they, are really busy. They're so rushed that they're probably late, and they have to hurry to get somewhere. And they're probably very stressed, and they don't realize what they're doing. And so instead there's like a feeling of genuine compassion that arises.
오다 대나기다 대 example 대가나기다 가서 모자 파킹 치기로 와. 모자 파킹 치비 까블라다 드네 양고사에서 다 텐더위나다 남준도위나 다양 나가라야 고티라 지 인지미니 파킹 지라고 삼땅으로 와. 오다 대만이 반다고 치네더네 오다 nga thanda kangba thangthang yore ro thobu yore tindita ngali doga tinde yo segire khanda khayin ne menata samji tine ji nga chu lo tela hyanji hyana da super king chi yono nga chu ha ko marwa ina tinde ji corona parking chi ne yasal nga chu ti starting bon ro ji hya wina tine ko gewala ya ja chenbo yimba ko lela wono tinde yasares.
So another way that he's instructing you to practice, or kind of a homework maybe that he's giving you, is when you are also involving the car, when you are parking, normally, probably, very often many of us think, I want the parking space that's closest to the door, or that's closest to where I'm trying to go. But now you can practice going, I'm not going to look for the best parking space. I'm going to let someone else have it. So, I'm healthy, I'm young, I can walk. I'm going to take a parking space in the back so that somebody else can have the good parking space that's close to the entrance. And then it becomes an easy way to practice thinking of others. And actually, it's a very easy way to accumulate a big merit, to have a strong accumulation of virtue.
오다 딘도 대가 나기 가서다 commitments 여러와다디 개체보래 가서다 되네 잠로 돈바 휴존도 잠로 돈바들라 가서 protection 차요래 다 protection들이 가서지 책임에도 배는 가서 잠로 돈바도 휴네 오다가 꼬마 자기면서 commitment이 요비나 되네 그때 protection 차거래 꼬마 자기 말아와 다들 뭐또 왜게지 그 텐디지 commitment 미비나 고갑 용쓰기로 와 잘라지기로 쓰기리 고마자야 고갑 용쓰기리 텐디 용나테네 가서 티홀라 not big deal no chine 고마자기로 와 다테마 메나리다 텐도 뇽벌레모 자사기로 와 not big deal 와 텐디 케체 보면은 디파사기로 와 티니다 카미멘지 요위나테네 디파사기 말이스 나도 담잔다고 오지 배는 단기 공티원에 오다가 뭐다 따나 콘도 사기면서 받다 commitment 좋아 이내 제기나 콘도디스 란세기리 인테 not big deal 다듬 고양 저양 랍그로 와 대인한 가서 돈발라 그래 돈발하고 있는 돈발양 저양 휴그를 랍기도 와 돈바지 휴가 되가나 바로 제가 이거 말어 와 되겠어.
So again, these commitments really provide protection for us. So like we have the refuge vows, And that really becomes a form, they're called refuge, vows, like they actually provide protection, they provide refuge. So when we, for instance, take the vows that we take with refuge, and one of which is, that we won't steal, for instance, and we have a commitment that protects us. And so if, we don't have that vow and some circumstance arises where it would be really easy to take something, that isn't ours, that is maybe something we really want. And if we don't have that commitment, then we might think oh, it's not that big of a deal, it's okay. But because we have that commitment, then we're protected. We're protected from harming ourselves by accumulating negative karma, by indulging in our afflictive emotions. So these commitments are very important, and they really provide protection. So we can make this commitment with something easy like driving. We can make the commitment, I'm not going to get angry, while I'm on the road, no matter what. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we really won't get angry. Sometimes that anger might arise, but we're committed. So we're going to go back to that commitment. We're going to recognize that, and it's okay. It's not such a big deal that we have not managed to not get angry, because we can make that commitment again. That's the nature of vows. We take them again and again. We are renewing them constantly. But the commitment means that this is something we're serious about training in and committing to.
오다 텐디 장지테네 칼레 야고 차미나 베능가서 태요로와 다 베능가서디 베나 상가 멤버라고래 라마직 로마차디오리 티네오다 디 홍가 공로 사기멘도다 인다 담보디 다 마르와 이나야고 칼레 텐디 용쓰기로와 뭐 텐디 이네테네 당기 콘티오나 이레 직템보차나 나 모타나나 모타당디 자네 공로 마나 차나 next step
and then we can, once we really see the effect of that commitment, and we're really doing it we're not getting angry anymore when we drive, then we can stretch further. We can make another commitment that's maybe a little harder, I'm not going to get angry at my Sangha, my Dharma siblings. And or other students, and of course, same thing. It's difficult to have that be something stable at first, and we'll take kind of coming back to again and again. But the commitment can be there, and eventually, you can get to the point where really, you don't have anger. Anger isn't arising, and so in this way, we kind of, start with something easy, and then as we become proficient in that, we make it more and more challenging for ourselves.
오다 딘디다 딘디치네 되네 보디사와 차기요리 마토베게 당보고네 고지 매지 지와 대가라는 양 보디사와 차대죠 지다 되네지 보디사와 가가서 장저 선배께 돈반낭도와 돈반낭네 돈반낭가 대가라는 장저서 마찬가지로 요 말이스.
And that's how we become bodhisattvas. We're not just born being bodhisattvas. And in fact, we don't just become bodhisattvas when we take the vows. It takes real training.
Okay, so some questions we passed topic or whatever. So.
I'm very interested in the more monastic tradition as opposed to the samsaric lay position. I'm wondering how the Tibetan monastic tradition handles really the development of compassion among monks who are not all of them, but many of them would be very isolated from the samsaric world in general. I mean, they have their families, they have a family experience, they have their childhood in the samsara before they go to the monastery. But I guess I'm contemplating the idea that it might actually be easier for lay practitioners to develop compassion because we, I, among others, are exposed to human disaster, human suffering, terrible human suffering on a daily basis. And then I'm thinking also, well, how did the Buddha develop it? He had to leave the palace, obviously, go out into the world and see it firsthand, and that's what he did. But I'm wondering how monks today, or in your experience, really develop it truly, because it's not the fear of suffering, I don't think, that teaches the understanding of it. It's the experience of suffering, seeing it firsthand, experiencing it firsthand.
Rita Tangi Laura, Chitan, the Chambata Ninja Gumiati, Tangi Laura Nageko, Popakora, Namba in Biki Jim Senatene, Lela Wono, Usaris.
Well, actually, he thinks that it's probably easier for Tibetans in general to have love and compassion because of the culture that they're brought up in.
Tene, that monks say at the young Lela Wishira Maris. Monks did that, monk Sama Yaboimba, Lela Yotende.
And it's not actually so easy in the monastery, and it's also not like
not perfect example.
It's not like they're perfect.
Yina yang ta can't send a opportunity carry your lavina, majority education yorwa. Education tea jum senatene, Conata can't go, can't yagi over the understanding charwa.
But the benefit that they do have, the opportunity that they get, is from their monastic education, from their Buddhist education. So that gives them a lot of strength in their practice.
That's much easier. Re ina yang ta tangi katanga zoyang kembu yiki nga zota dungie seya di dugu mares songro jikwari tandata penanga zndi na la lay people lay person kala nga zo nyamnyo mambu ji sayore kange mambu ji tiyore wa indi kange to sama chu nyamna china lakcha pe yakbu ji chadi yores.
But to your point, and what Kimbo Rinpoche was also talking about was that suffering is not a bad thing. Suffering is like we shouldn't reject our suffering, but instead we should see it as an opportunity and really use it for our practice. And to your point, as lay people, we do have more kind of potential for all sorts of different types of suffering that you wouldn't find in the monastery. And so if we're using those experiences, if we're using that suffering to deepen our practice, then it actually can be very beneficial.
Can I ask a question? Can you hear me?
Oh, hi. Yeah.
Hi. So I have two questions. One is, I imagine we'll learn more about this as we get farther in the Nundro, but for restoring a commitment or a vow that's been made, my understanding is that confession is a part of that practice, and that's also associated with Vajrasattva. So that's my first question.
The domba chinyamna, tene the domba yang, then the sarpa zoya gichidu, then the yang chichina mundo kala ngato tes mangsa hako gere yine yang de shakpa cheya yore, shakpa cheya ke chimpore, tang pache de George Simba Gomya ge top raworebe.
Re ta tanda di re tang kontiwa na ye re ta domba diri ta je tang nga zo re ta ne commitment je gri ni ne ka na nga zo mistake ka ti chi yo na ro wa tela ko ya hwa chi ya de tere de kwa tela ka na yo ne yo ma ri ti na di yo ne je yo wa de ya ya yo bi ki yo ne res tere tene te ga na yi morang ge da ri morang la wa na yi nga zo do je sim be ga na tene di te yong gres tene ta zo ka na de kwa ya ka ta ge wa kan ri ji chi wi na de kwa ya ya ke
So yeah, actually, and not just with vows, but really, so definitely like that. You know, when we transgress vows or commitments that we want to renew, but also any mistakes, you know, any non-virtue can be purified through confession and practicing like an antidote, which actually, and it is said that negativity has no redeeming quality except for one. The redeeming quality is that it can be purified. And the method of purification is through confession, and actually any virtue, it not just Vajrasattva, but among all of the different ways to purify broken vows and negativity, Vajrasattva is said to be very powerful. Like they say, Vajrasattva is the supreme method. So yes, exactly. You know, when we get to that section in the Ngondro course, then there will be a lot, you know, a lot of explanation there that will also help to clarify too.
Could I ask one more question?
Mm-hmm.
Could you please speak to, we talk a lot about working with negative circumstances, but could you talk about how to work with positive circumstances to generate more merit and to reduce the self-attachment to when things are easy and abundant?
Re ta tanda di zo karsana nga so negative labi kabla ti opposite ndo ti positive chadi yo.
Positive pena tangma yapo yo pe kala tene punsum sokpa yona sonam chimpo yona tene di yang pena nga so de ching yamba yana de gande nyam ning che ko gere mongpo lao ki yorwa.
Re ale yapo chona.
Yapo yona pena tena chagzim ma che ya tene di wang la ma shoya gande degi korla tes
re ta chi na gebe chos no so re jibo chuna tene ta toba chi ko re nge gewa ji drop those tini ta di gewa di chi nga ji bu ma yin ba nga simjia tham chi la ke ta dewa ni yong shos jibo yong shos tini ina tene ta jibo di ko kong pe ge wa tini ta nga so di 참래 가서 지보를 야 차나 다 지보 중요하 되라 고 레제를 되네 지보 총보러 와 이나 될래야 다 컨티뉴에이션 거나 되네 단단하요 다 지보 총송선 뭐 텔레지스기랑 예소남 사요사리 대가나 영화당 내나 있으면 힘발라 용쇼스 되는 거나 고 지보 컨티뉴에이션 용거로 와
So
ngaja지나 되잖아 와
So one way to work with pleasant conditions, favorable conditions, abundance of, merit ripening essentially, is to, again, turn it towards thinking of others. So like if, for instance, you're really enjoying yourself and there's just an abundance of good fortune, to, in that joy and that pleasant, the pleasurable sensations, to first of all recognize that it's the result of positive karma or virtue. So it's merit. and to think, oh, how wonderful may all beings be able to experience this kind of abundance and well-being and favorable conditions, so that it becomes an aspiration for the welfare and happiness of others, for all beings. And then also, to, if you find yourself getting attached or getting kind of prideful, then to instead reflect with gratitude on like the sort of a rejoicing in the virtue, or like the merit, the wholesome activities or virtue that has brought this about, and to dedicate it, in the same way, to dedicate it to the welfare, benefit and well-being of all. If we get prideful, then that causes our merit to become exhausted. But if we relate to it in these other ways that he's explaining, then it causes it to just continue to increase.
Okay, thank you.
Question, please, if there's time. Drupanla, can you explain the difference though between that kind of pride and what they call deity pride? Like when you take an empowerment, you're supposed to have deity pride.
Really, today you are starting to tell that deity pride say atala, ngaso la yimba chiba atala, deity pride rawa. Ta ngaji say atala ko tongban rawa jiris, kambun rawa jiris.
So the deity pride or divine pride is described as being a confidence in like what actually is as it is, like a confidence in the true nature. But the afflictive emotion pride is actually the opposite. It's a confidence in that which is not the true nature. It's a delusional confidence, and so that's like the distinction.
It is like a balloon.
Like what?
Balloon.
Balloon.
A balloon.
Like a balloon.
Thank you.
Empty.
It's full of hot air.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if no questions, comments, so we have short dedication, please.
Page 24. By the virtues collected in the three times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Trikumpa Ratnashri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. And then to page 19. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. Chaham Chub Senjo Rinpoche Ma Ke Pana Ke Durje Ke Pa Chang
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
So tomorrow we are no teachings, so then see you Thursday, right? Thursday?
Yes,
At 2 o'clock.
Thursday at 2 o'clock. So the same schedule for Thursday and Friday as today.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
And we'll be starting the Lojong, or mind training.